Chapter 3895. Elder Huang Yunfeng, we meet again. After Shui Haichuan appeared with Dongfang Yannian, he looked at the old man in the distance with a faint smile. I suddenly feel that this divine emperor battlefield is really small. It is indeed small. The moment Dongfang Yannian's voice fell, his figure flickered and he appeared on the other side, surrounding the two people from Greater One sect with Shui Haichuan. At this moment, Dongfang Yannian had arrived on the other side and was also looking at the old man in front of him with a mocking expression. As for the middle-aged man, whether it was him or Shui Haichuan, they only glanced at him indifferently and did not look at him anymore. Huang Yunfeng, the old man of the two Greater One sect elders, stared at Shui Haichuan with an ugly expression. Shui Haichuan, you didn't die last time. Count yourself lucky. Haha. Shui Haichuan could not help but laugh. Elder Huang Yunfeng, your words seem to be wrong. I remember that the one who escaped that day was you, not me. Shui Haichuan smiled brilliantly. Humph. The old man snorted coldly. If it wasn't because I saw that you were young and didn't want to destroy your great future, do you think I would have left? I only did that because I didn't want to die together with you. Otherwise, do you think you would have survived? The one who escaped was you. Shui Haichuan spoke again, still saying the same thing with a brilliant smile. At this moment, hearing the conversation between Shui Haichuan and the other party, Duan Lingtian finally came back to his senses. So the old man of the two Greater One sect inner sect elders was one of the two Greater One sect elders that Shui Haichuan encountered last time? At that time, both of them were exhausted by Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan killed one of them, injured the other, and was also injured. If they had continued to fight, in the end neither Shui Haichuan nor that person would have survived. At this time, that person was afraid and was unwilling to die together with Shui Haichuan, so he chose to escape. Such a coincidence? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood what Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were talking about. As it turned out, the Earth Nether Elder from the Tai sect was one of the two Earth Nether Elders that Shui Haichuan had encountered previously. Last time, he had already learned about Shui Haichuan from Dongfang Yannian. Shui Haichuan encountered two Earth Nether Elders of the Supreme Sect, and both of them had extraordinary strength. Although he had the chance to escape, he did not. He dragged the two of them, almost exhausting their divine power, and then, at the cost of injuries, he killed one of them and injured the other. At that time, Shui Haichuan's injuries were actually more serious than that person's, but because Shui Haichuan had more god power in his body than the other person, if Yanguan continued to fight, they might die together. At that time, the other person retreated, and the injured Shui Haichuan did not dare to give chase. He was deeply afraid that he would encounter other Greater One Divine Emperor disciples on the way. This should be the new elder of the Greater One sect, Elder Sha Yunjia, right? Just as Huang Yunfeng's expression sank because of Shui Haichuan's words, Dongfang Yannian's gaze landed on another middle-aged man. His eyes flickered. A newly appointed Earth Nether Elder? Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He naturally knew the chilling meaning behind those words. It meant that this person was only barely qualified to be an Earth Nether Elder. Among the Greater One sect's Earth Nether Elders, he was at the bottom. Dongfang Yannian. At that very moment, the middle-aged man's gaze towards Dongfang Yannian was filled with fear. He had some understanding of the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elders, and had even seen some of them before. For example, Shui Haichuan. Just now, when he saw Shui Haichuan and then saw the person in front of him, he guessed that the other person was the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder Dongfang Yannian. We'll take one each. At that moment, Shui Haichuan sent a sound transmission to Dongfang Yannian. You're faster than me, so you can stop Huang Yunfeng. After I kill Sha Yunjia, I'll join hands with you to kill Huang Yunfeng. Shui Haichuan was pleasantly surprised that the three of them were able to encounter two Greater One sect's White Dragon Elders. This time it was different from the last time. Last time, he had encountered two Greater One sect's Earth Nether Elders by himself. Moreover, they were both old Earth Nether Elders who had been Earth Nether Elders for many years. Their strength was definitely among the best among mid-divine emperors. Relying on his advantage in speed, as well as the divine power regeneration speed bestowed by his cultivation technique, he dared to be arrogant and drag them down. In the end, even though he was seriously injured, he still profited. He had killed an greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder, and he was not a nobody. Okay, Dongfang Yannian directly replied. However, he did not send a sound transmission. Instead, he spoke directly. Then, his figure swayed, and as if he had turned into a gust of wind, he blew towards the Tianlong clan's Earth Nether Elder Huang Yunfeng. Elder Huang Yunfeng, I've heard a lot about you. Today, I'd like to see what you're capable of. You're quite capable to be able to escape from under Xue Haichuan's nose. Today, if you can escape, it means that my strength is on par with Xue Haichuan's. However, if you can't escape, it means that Xue Haichuan is inferior to me. Dongfang Yannian moved. As he charged towards Huang Yunfeng, he did not forget to ridicule him. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, although Xue Haichuan felt somewhat helpless, and even felt that Dongfang Yannian was shameless, he did not say anything. He moved, and charged towards the Tianlong clan's Earth Nether Elder Sha Yunjia. Xue Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian, it's best that you let us leave. Otherwise, even if we have to risk our lives, we'll drag this lower-level God Emperor of your Tianlong clan down with us. Huang Yunfeng promptly turned around, and as he blocked Dongfang Yannian's attack, he did not forget to fiercely shout. If it was a head-on battle, he was confident that his strength was not inferior to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's. However, Dongfang Yannian was proficient in the laws of wind and was proficient in speed. His speed was simply inferior to Dongfang Yannian's. It was practically impossible for him to escape from under Dongfang Yannian's nose. Although there was another greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder by his side, this Earth Nether Elder was only a newly promoted Earth Nether Elder. His strength was only stronger than that of an inner sect elder. As someone who had just become an Earth Nether Elder in terms of strength, he was at the bottom of the greater one sect. You have sharp eyes to be able to tell that we care about him. Dongfang Yannian did not say anything, but Xue Haichuan smiled faintly. However, if you think that you can kill him under our noses, then go ahead and try. If it was an ordinary lower-level God Emperor, Xue Haichuan really did not dare to guarantee that he and Dongfang Yannian would be able to protect the other party from the two Tianlong clan's Earth Nether Elders. However, the problem was that this lower-level God Emperor was Duan Lingtian. After personally witnessing Duan Lingtian's attack last time, Xue Haichuan practically treated Duan Lingtian as an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Even if he did not have that status, at least his strength had reached that level. Sha Yunjia, is it? As his voice fell, the smile on Xue Haichuan's face did not change, but the gaze with which he looked at the other greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder became much sharper. Within 10 moves, I will definitely kill you. In the next moment, when Sha Yunjia's expression changed greatly, Xue Haichuan had already moved. Moreover, as soon as he moved, he attacked like a storm. He did not hold back in the slightest. He was completely fighting with his life on the line. Xue Haichuan's thoughts were actually similar to the greater one-sex intersect elder that Duan Lingtian had encountered last time. They both wanted to use their full strength from the beginning to finish off their opponent as soon as possible. Xue Haichuan did not dare to guarantee that Dongfang Yannian would be able to stop Huang Yunfeng, a veteran greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder, from attacking Duan Lingtian. However, he could guarantee that Sha Yunjia, a newly promoted greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder, would definitely not be able to attack Duan Lingtian under his nose. Boom! Xue Haichuan attacked with an imposing manner, as if a god from the ninth heaven had descended to the mortal world. At the same time, an incomparably huge face appeared in the void. A sharp ray of light shot out from each of its eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The face looked blurry, but one could be sure that it was not Xue Haichuan's face. Careful! That's Xue Haichuan's bloodline ability, Soul-Sealing Eye. While Sha Yunjia's expression was solemn as he used all his strength to deal with Xue Haichuan's attack, Huang Yunfeng warned Sha Yunjia while fighting Dongfang Yannian. In the realms of gods, there were many people who possessed bloodline energy. Among them, There were some people whose bloodline energy had mutated and were able to perform techniques that were independent of their own body. To be more precise, they were techniques that did not rely on divine energy. These techniques were known as bloodline abilities. Xue Haichuan was such a person. As Huang Yunfeng spoke, Sha Yunjia's pupils abruptly shrank, and his expression became even more grave. At the same time, a deep beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows. It was a soul attack condensed from his own soul strength. It contained the law of destruction that he was skilled in. Xue Haichuan, I'll make you regret this, Huang Yunfeng shouted. Seizing an opportunity, he left the battlefield and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Today, even if we must die, I'll drag this lower-level divine emperor of your Tianlong clan down with me. The fact that they were willing to enter the battlefield of divine emperors with him is enough to show that he has a close relationship with you. When Huang Yunfeng charged towards Duan Lingtian, it caused Dongfang Yannian to feel slightly embarrassed. He moved again and caught up to Huang Yunfeng. However, even so, Huang Yunfeng was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the same place, motionless. This made Huang Yunfeng secretly delighted. If this brat wanted to dodge, he might not be able to catch up with him as he was being held back by Dongfang Yannian. But now, this brat was standing in the same place, motionless, as if he had been struck dumb. Bang! A loud sound rang out. After forcibly blocking Dongfang Yannian's attack, Huang Yunfeng suddenly erupted with power. At the same time, he forced Dongfang Yannian to retreat. The divine weapon in his hand trembled. An ray of light tore through the sky and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Huang Yunfeng was confident that no lower-level divine emperor would be able to block this attack of his. At least in their Greater One sect, apart from Shimin Longxiang, no lower-level divine emperor would be able to block this attack. Xue Haichuan, open your eyes wide and watch me kill this lower-level divine emperor of your Tianlong clan. After attacking, Huang Yunfeng blocked Dongfang Yannian's attack again, and did not forget to sneer loudly. Chapter 3896. Kill me? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Elder Huang Yunfeng's words and saw Huang Yunfeng's aggressive attack. Did he look like a soft persimmon to her? Did he really think he was an ordinary low-level divine emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He took out a high-grade divine sword and pointed it at Huang Yunfeng. Immediately, a spatial storm condensed into a sword light and shot out with an extremely sharp aura. Whoosh! The sword seemed to be able to pierce through everything, leaving a clear sword cry in the air. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When Huang Yunfeng saw Duan Lingtian attack from the corner of his eyes, he only had this thought. In his opinion, Huang Yunfeng was only a low-level divine emperor. No matter how hard Huang Yunfeng tried, he couldn't block his attack. If a low-level divine emperor couldn't dodge in time, his attack would be enough to kill most low-level divine emperors. Bang! It wasn't until a loud sound was heard that his attack had been crushed by the low-level divine emperor that he had looked down upon. Moreover, the low-level divine emperor had crushed his attack and was now rushing towards him. His expression completely changed. How is this possible? Who are you? Huang Yunfeng couldn't help but change his expression. As far as he knew, he had never heard of a low-level divine emperor in the Tianlong clan who had the strength of a middle-level divine emperor. The attack that the low-level divine emperor had just used was already comparable to a middle-level divine emperor's attack. Could it be? Suddenly, a name appeared in Huang Yunfeng's mind. Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? Huang Yunfeng asked with a gloomy expression as he looked at the purple-clothed young man flying toward him. When Duan Lingtian heard Huang Yunfeng's words, he smiled faintly. I didn't expect that Elder Huang Yunfeng of the Greater One sect would know my name. I'm really flattered. It's really you. Huang Yunfeng's pupils shrank rapidly. Before he could speak again, Dongfang Yannian's attack made him shut his mouth. Elder Huang Yunfeng, to think that you're able to remain so relaxed in front of me, it seems like I haven't given you enough pressure. Dongfang Yannian let out a mocking laugh. Then, the power in his body erupted once more, causing Huang Yunfeng to be even more flustered. This was especially the case when Duan Lingtian also joined forces with Dongfang Yannian to deal with him. He only felt his scalp go numb as despair filled his heart. Dongfang Yannian was not weaker than him. In terms of one-on-one combat, he wasn't afraid of Dongfang Yannian. But now, Dongfang Yannian was not fighting him head-on. Instead, he was restraining him, making him feel as if he was powerless. From the very beginning, he had been led around by Dongfang Yannian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian joined the battle and directly attacked Huang Yunfeng. The strength of his attacks didn't need to be too exaggerated. They were only comparable to the attacks of ordinary middle god kings. However, it was attacks of such strength that caused Huang Yunfeng's expression to change multiple times. After blocking them many times, he fiercely threatened Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to attack again, I'll definitely kill you even if Dongfang Yannian injures me. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Dongfang Yannian had already sneered. Huang Yunfeng, you think too highly of yourself. If you attack him and hand over the junior to me, you will definitely die. Dongfang Yannian's tone contained some disdain. Without a doubt, Dongfang Yannian's words struck Huang Yunfeng's sore spot. At that moment, Huang Yunfeng's expression became extremely ugly because what Dongfang Yannian said was the truth. Right now, he could find an opportunity to attack Duan Lingtian as he fought against Dongfang Yannian. However, the strength of his attacks would at most be the same as before. They wouldn't be able to threaten Duan Lingtian. No matter how strong his attacks were, it wasn't that he couldn't use them. However, once he used them, he would be handing over his junior to Dongfang Yannian. With Dongfang Yannian's strength, he would most likely be able to kill him. After a short moment, under the combined pressure of Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Yannian, Huang Yunfeng was surrounded by dangers. His complexion became much paler and bloodless. Brother Yunfeng, save me. Suddenly, a hurried and sorrowful cry came from afar. It was extremely urgent and mournful. Bang! Accompanying it was a loud sound. When Duan Lingtian and the other two subconsciously looked over, they just happened to see the scene of Xue Haichuan killing the New Earth Underworld elder Sha Yunjie of the Greater One sect. From the current situation, Xue Haichuan wouldn't have used more than 10 moves. Yunjie! Huang Yunfeng's expression changed greatly. His pupils rapidly shrank and his face was filled with grief. Sha Yunjie was from the same batch of disciples that were recruited into the Greater One sect. The two of them were also the two most outstanding people from that batch of orphan disciples with the surname Yun. Along the way, his relationship with Sha Yunjie was no different from that of blood brothers. After the opening of the Emperor Battle Plane, he made an agreement with Sha Yunjie, who had just become an Earth Underworld elder, to enter the Divine Emperor battlefield of the Emperor Battle Plane together to hunt the disciples of the Tianlong clan. However, after the opening of the Emperor Battle Plane, Sha Yunjie just happened to be in seclusion. He couldn't stay idle, so he made an agreement with a senior elder who had a good relationship with him, Elder White Dragon. That time, they met Xue Haichuan. He originally thought that the two of them could kill Xue Haichuan together, but he didn't expect that Xue Haichuan would kill one of them and he could only escape. This was his second time entering the Divine Emperor battlefield. This time, he had entered with Sha Yunjie. Before entering, he wanted to kill a few more disciples of the Tianlong clan to avenge the Earth Underworld elder who had died at Xue Haichuan's hands last time. In the beginning, everything went smoothly. They met a lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan and successfully killed him. He thought that the rest of the journey would be as smooth as before. However, he never thought that he would meet Xue Haichuan again. Furthermore, Xue Haichuan had another elder by his side who was no weaker than him, Elder White Dragon, Dongfang Yannian. In addition, there was another lower god emperor whose strength was comparable to a middle god emperor, Duan Lingtian. Now, after witnessing Sha Yunjie's death with his own eyes, Xue Haichuan did not even collect the spoils and directly charged towards him. Huang Yunfeng's expression changed again and again. In the end, he said savagely, "Since you insist on killing me, I'll take one of you down with me before I die." With a roar, Huang Yunfeng's divine power swept out. the mysteries of laws fused into it. At the same time, the silhouette of a god artifact armor appeared. In the next moment, he no longer paid any attention to Dongfang Yannian and directly charged towards Duan Lingtian. Faced with the menacing Huang Yunfeng, Duan Lingtian teleported in the direction that Xue Haichuan had come from. After 2 teleportations, he arrived behind Xue Haichuan. No! Seeing that Duan Lingtian did not stand there foolishly like before, staring at his descending attack, and instead fled behind Xue Haichuan, Huang Yunfeng's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. After Duan Lingtian teleported to a safe place, Xue Haichuan moved. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Huang Yunfeng and launched an attack towards him. As he faced the menacing Xue Haichuan and sensed Dongfang Yannian quickly rushing over from behind, Huang Yunfeng knew that he was probably doomed today. Unless the other Earth Underworld elders of Greater One sect arrived, he might still be able to leave one behind. Moreover, it had to be a relatively powerful Earth Nether Elder, not a new Earth Nether Elder like Sha Yunjia. Unfortunately, Huang Yunfeng's savior did not arrive in the end. Under the combined attacks of Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, he only lasted for a dozen breaths before being heavily injured by Dongfang Yannian and dying at Xue Haichuan's hands. They're both Earth Nether Elders of the Greater One sect, but the difference is far too great. Duan Lingtian, who had been watching from the side, could not help but sigh when he saw Huang Yunfeng die. If it was Sha Yunjia, I would have been completely confident in killing him if I used all my trump cards. But Huang Yunfeng, even if I used all my trump cards, I might not be able to kill him successfully. It was only today that Duan Lingtian had truly witnessed the strength of the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elders. Within the Tianlong clan, there should be quite a few White Dragon Elders who were no weaker than the other party. Not to mention the others, just Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were no weaker than Huang Yunfeng. Little Tian, take them. When the time comes, we'll exchange them for battle merits together. This time, after killing the 2 White Dragon Elders, the battle merits exchanged for their identity badges were split equally between Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's badges were temporarily lent to Duan Lingtian. As for the god artifacts and storage rings they left behind, they belonged to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. However, after the 2 of them took the storage rings, they still took out the items inside and asked Duan Lingtian if there was anything he needed. Duan Lingtian took a glance. He was not interested in the items inside Sha Yunjia's storage ring. However, there was a medicinal ingredient inside Huang Yunfeng's storage ring. It was the main ingredient that Duan Lingtian urgently needed to refine Emperor-level divine pills. Not only could this medicinal ingredient not be exchanged for in Peace City, but even the Tianlong clan did not have it. Who would have thought that he would see it here? Brother Haichuan, lend this medicinal ingredient to me. Duan Lingtian pointed at the medicinal ingredient he needed. This is a miluo flower. Xue Haichuan glanced at the medicinal ingredient Duan Lingtian was pointing at. Then, he asked Duan Lingtian in surprise, "Little Tian, you can already refine Emperor-level divine pills?" The miluo flower was the main ingredient for some rare Emperor-level divine pills. It could also be used as a supplementary ingredient for Earth-level divine pills. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Aha, then I must congratulate you." Xue Haichuan said with a smile, "As for this miluo flower, I can just give it to you. There's no need to say lend." Seeing that Duan Lingtian seemed to want to refuse, Xue Haichuan said, "Speaking of which, it's not like you didn't do anything just now. Didn't that Huang Yunfeng attack you? You even blocked his attack. After that, he even tried to kill you. It can be said that he put quite a bit of psychological burden on you. This miluo flower can be considered your spoils of war." After saying this, Xue Haichuan looked at Dongfang Yannian. "You don't have any objections, right?" Hearing this, Dongfang Yannian glared at Xue Haichuan. "If you had agreed to lend it to little Tian, I would have thought that you were narrow-minded. If little Tian wants it, just give it to him. This thing is useless in our hands." Chapter 3897. Although Duan Ling Tian felt that it was inappropriate for him to take the Miluo flower since it did not belong to him in the first place, he eventually gave in to Xue Haichuan and Duan Lingtian's insistence and accepted the flower. He thought to himself that he would share some with Xue Haichuan and Duan Lingtian after he finished refining the divine pills. The Miluo flower could be divided into many petals. Every time he refined a divine pill, he would only need one petal to refine multiple divine pills. The kind of emperor-grade divine pill he planned to refine would be of great help to the cultivation of a divine emperor. Although it was not suitable to give Xue Haichuan and Duan Lingtian a supreme emperor-grade divine pill, it would still be of great help to the cultivation of a divine emperor even if it was not a supreme emperor-grade divine pill. Moreover, if he did not refine a supreme emperor-grade divine pill, he would be able to refine a few more at a time. It was not like a supreme emperor-grade divine pill. Supreme emperor-grade divine pills were still fine. However, from the king-grade divine pill onwards, there were very few divine pills that could refine multiple supreme emperor-grade divine pills at once. At the emperor-grade divine pill level, it was destined that one could only refine one supreme emperor-grade divine pill at a time. It was the same even if one could refine the ordinary version of the supreme emperor-grade divine pill at a time. Every supreme emperor-grade divine pill that was refined was unique. Even if it was refined later, there would be some difference in the medicinal effect. In that case, I'll take it. When we return, I'll refine 6 primordial brightness divine pills for each of you. Duan Lingtian said to Xue Haichuan and Duan Lingtian after he put away the Miluo flower. Both of them were stunned when they heard his words. Then they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Little Tian, you can even refine primordial brightness divine pills? You must have just learned how to refine emperor-grade divine pills, right? At this moment, both of their eyes were filled with shock. Although they were not good at refining pills, they knew how difficult it was to refine pills. They paid more attention to the primordial brightness divine pills that divine emperors could only dream of. They had even tried to obtain 1 or 2 primordial brightness divine pills through various means, but they did not have the chance. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian actually wanted to give each of them 6 pills. As the saying goes, don't do things more than 3 times. The same goes for the Yuanming divine pill. Only the first 3 pills would have an effect on a person. From the 4th pill onwards, it would no longer have any effect. But Duan Lingtian gave each of them 6 Yuanming divine pills. It was clear that he was thinking of their families. Little Tian, I thank you on behalf of myself and your sister-in-law. Dongfang Yannian looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. At this moment, he didn't refuse anymore, as the primordial radiant divine pill was of great help to him. Perhaps, with the help of the 3 primordial bright divine pellets, he would be able to enter the high-level deity emperor realm. As for his wife, although she was still far away from the level of high divine emperor, she could still reach a higher level because of this. Little Tian, thank you. Xue Haichuan didn't refuse either. He was the same as Dongfang Yannian. He greatly desired the primordial bright divine pellet. This could greatly shorten the time he needed to break through to high-level divine emperor. Although he could also smoothly break through to high-level divine emperor under normal circumstances, there was still a long way to go. Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, why are you so polite? You gave me the Miluo flower, so it's normal for me to refine a few primordial bright divine pills for you. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, if you really want to say that you don't deserve it, then wouldn't it be the same for me to take the Miluo flower? The Miluo flower had a total of 9 petals. Duan Lingtian had calculated that if he wasn't refining the ultimate primordial bright divine pill, he should be able to refine at least 3 primordial bright divine pills at a time. If he was lucky, 4 or even 5 wouldn't be a problem. But even if he were to refine 3 pills at a time, he would only need 4 petals to refine 12 primordial bright divine pills for Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. The refinement of primordial bright divine pills mainly relied on the Miluo flower as the main ingredient. The other ingredients weren't that precious. You can't say it like that. Dongfang Yannian shook his head and said, Little Tian, if we take that Miluo flower to a divine pill master who can refine primordial bright divine pills and use the Miluo flower as a reward, not to mention 12 primordial bright divine pills, we'd be lucky if he could give us 2. Under normal circumstances, we'd only be able to get one at most. Moreover, the refinement of primordial bright divine pills requires a lot of attention to the communication and control of life energy between heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Even our Tianlong clan's old clan master failed to refine primordial bright divine pills in the past, wasting a milieu flower in vain. It's also because of this that the value of primordial bright divine pills can be considered top-notch among all emperor-grade divine pills. Duan Lingtian naturally knew the difficulty of refining primordial bright divine pills that Dongfang Yannian mentioned. Not to mention emperor-grade divine pill masters, even emperor-grade divine pill masters couldn't guarantee the success rate of refining primordial bright divine pills. This was because primordial bright divine pills were one of the very few emperor-grade divine pills that weren't ultimate divine pills. They were all divine pills that tested the communication and control of life energy. Naturally, it was even more difficult to concoct an ultimate divine pill. However, Duan Lingtian was still confident. After all, his control and communication of life energy wasn't something that ordinary divine pill masters could compare to. Not to mention emperor-grade divine pill masters, even venerable-grade divine pill masters might not be able to compare to him. This was because within the little world within his body, there was a complete divine tree of life. Little Tian. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian exchanged a few glances. Then Xue Haichuan said, "What we've gained so far is 3 divine emperor-grade divine sect badges. The battle merits should be split equally between the 3 of us, however. After discussing with Dongfang Yannian earlier, we feel that we can't take advantage of you. The battle merits exchanged for those 3 badges will all belong to you. We won't participate in the split." Hearing this, Duan Lingtian frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Dongfang Yannian spoke first. "Little Tian, to us, using that bit of battle merits to exchange for so many primordial bright divine pills is absolutely worth it. Do you believe that if you take out the primordial bright divine pills to exchange for battle merits, there are even black dragon elders in the sect who would be willing to give you even more battle merits in exchange for primordial bright divine pills?" Dongfang Yannian said. Battle merits were obtained from various battlefields in the Emperor battle plane. However, if one could transfer them to another, they could naturally be used as a currency for transactions. There were many people who had nowhere to use their battle merits. There were also some people who had taken a fancy to some things in Peace City but didn't have enough battle merits to buy them. At this time, the latter could take out the things that the former needed and exchange them for battle merits. Then, they could use the battle merits to buy the things they wanted in Peace City. "Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, there's no need to be so calculative between us," Duan Lingtian said with a bitter smile. "This isn't calculative." Xue Haichuan shook his head. "This is a matter of principle. If you don't agree, the 2 of us will only take 6 primordial bright divine pills from you at most. Moreover, we'll be taking advantage of you." In the end, Duan Lingtian was still unable to dissuade Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. However, at the same time he made a request. The battle merits he obtained from the Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor Disciple badge would be split between the 3 of them. This was because Duan Lingtian was worried that they would give him more points. Afterwards, Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Yannian stayed in the Divine Emperor battlefield for another half a year. They only left after a full year had passed. In the next 6 months, Duan Lingtian's luck was not as good as the first 6 months. Duan Lingtian only encountered 4 lesser divine emperors and 1 inner elder of the Tai sect. However, all of them were killed by him. So far, the 3 of them had been in the Divine Emperor battlefield for a year. They had killed 2 Earth Underworld elders, 2 inner sect elders, and 4 lower One Sect's disciples. However, even though Duan Lingtian was not satisfied with this result, the entire Greater One Sect had been shaken up in the past year. 2 Earth Underworld elders had died. Before this, the Greater One Sect had only lost a single Earth Underworld elder. He had died at the hands of the Tianlong clan's White Dragon elder, Xue Haichuan. And this time, another 2 Earth Nether elders had fallen. Now, the Greater One Sect's losses on the Divine Emperor battlefield had already surpassed the Tianlong clan's losses. Not only did they no longer hold the advantage, they could not even maintain the balance. Only when Duan Lingtian and Xue Haichuan came to Peace City together and handed over their badges in exchange for battle merit did everyone know that the two Earth Underworld elders of the Greater One sect who had died 8 years ago had actually died at the hands of Duan Lingtian and the other two. No wonder the two Earth Underworld elders of our Greater One sect died. So they died at the hands of Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. Neither of the two White Dragon elders were weaker than Elder Huang Yunfeng. Elder Sha Yunjie was only a newly promoted Earth Underworld elder. His strength was far inferior to either of them. If that's the case, the two of them really are unlucky. When the people of the Greater One sect learned the truth, their expressions naturally did not look too good. However, they still sent the news back. On the other hand, the people of the Tianlong clan were grinning from ear to ear. Of course, there were also people who were not grinning from ear to ear. In the corner of the crowd, a young man with an indifferent expression stood there, looking at Duan Lingtian, who was currently exchanging for battle merit. When he saw Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian beside Duan Lingtian, a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. If Dongfang Yannian saw him, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. This person was the mid-divine emperor. He had personally led to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Sect 3 years ago, Yanjia. The target is accompanied by 2 White Dragon elders. Go out and wait for an opportunity. Yanjia sent a transmission to his companion, a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. He was also a mid-divine emperor. When the latter received the transmission, he left Sky Dragon City in the Emperor Battle Realm and returned to the Tianlong Temple. As for Yanjia, he quietly left Peace City while Duan Lingtian and the other two were surrounded. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian did not notice anything. Not long after Yanjia and his companion left, the vice-sect master of the Tianlong clan, Xue Mingji, also received news from his friend. There's no opportunity to act in the Emperor Battle Realm. The 2 White Dragon elders are with him. End of chapter. Chapter 3898. There was no chance to attack. Hearing his friend's message, Xue Mingji's face sank. That Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. Did they eat Duan Lingtian's bewitching potion? You actually followed him around like a dog skin plaster. However, Xue Mingji's face relaxed. I don't believe that Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian will follow him every time he enters the Emperor battle plane. There will always be a chance to attack him. Thinking of this, Xue Mingji's mood improved a lot. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know how Xue Mingji was feeling. However, he was in a good mood right now. This time, the 3 of them had reaped a great harvest. They had killed 2 Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elders, which could be exchanged for 3 times the battle merits of an ordinary God Emperor. Each person was worth 6,000 battle merits. The 2 of them were worth 12,000 battle merits. In addition to the Greater One Sect's Intersect Elder that had died at Duan Lingtian's hands, they were worth 14,000 battle merits. In addition, they had encountered and killed 4 Greater One Sect's Lower God Emperors and 1 Greater One Sect's Middle God Emperor. In total, they were worth 16,800 battle merits. These battle merits should be enough for you to exchange for the things you haven't exchanged for yet, right? Seeing Duan Lingtian beaming with joy after receiving the battle merits, Xue Haichuan asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, then said to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, I don't think I need so many battle merits. After I exchange for the things I need, I'll return the remaining battle merits to you. Although he knew that the 2 of them weren't in a hurry, he didn't want to take advantage of them. Sure enough, Xue Haichuan shook his head and smiled. I'm not in a hurry. You should wait until you have enough battle merits to return to me. I'm not in a hurry either. Dongfang Yannian shook his head. He was different from Xue Haichuan. Xue Haichuan had previously lent Duan Lingtian some military merits. The Duan Lingtian owed Xue Haichuan quite a bit of military merits, but he owed Dongfang Yannian very little. He didn't even want it anymore. In the future, he would never mention it again. Of course, if Duan Lingtian took the initiative to return it, he would accept it. This was because he knew Duan Lingtian's personality. It would be bad if he didn't accept it. All right, then we'll pay it back together. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, however, I reckon that before we leave this time, we'll have enough battle credits left to return to Brother Yannian. At this point, Duan Lingtian looked at Dongfang Yannian. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Dongfang Yannian smiled and said, now, let's go in exchange for what you want first. Next, Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian followed Duan Lingtian to exchange for things. They were also curious as to what Duan Lingtian wanted to exchange for so many military merits. In the end, they discovered that Duan Lingtian spent more than 80% of his military merits to exchange for all kinds of rare medicinal ingredients. The remaining military merits were used to exchange for things like floating image pearls that could help him comprehend the laws of space. Medicinal ingredients were used for cultivation. Floating image pearls were used for laws of space. For a moment, the two looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. As expected, there was no luck in geniuses. For Duan Lingtian to have his current achievements, he must have paid a corresponding price. Little Tian, don't be in such a hurry to return my military merits. When Dongfang Yannian saw that Duan Lingtian really wanted to return the remaining battle credits to him, he smiled and said, just now, I passed by the mystical item hall over there, and I just happened to see a rather rare item being sold there. What item? Duan Lingtian was startled. Something he could use? Do you know about the space-piercing divine shuttle? Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile. Space-piercing divine shuttle? Duan Lingtian was startled at first, and then his eyes widened. Big Brother Yannian, you mean, there's a space-piercing divine shuttle in the mysterious item hall? Yes. Dongfang Yannian smiled and nodded. Since you know about the space-piercing divine shuttle, then I don't think I need to tell you what it's used for, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and waves of excitement involuntarily appeared in his eyes. The space-piercing divine shuttle was a divine artifact that was said to be able to tear space apart in a realm of gods and enter a lower realm. At the same time, it was a one-time use divine artifact. This divine artifact was made by a divine artifact master. If one wanted to refine a space-piercing divine shuttle, one must have the energy of a supreme expert. In other words, supreme energy had to be poured into it. Of course, a drop of supreme energy could be used to refine no less than 10 space-piercing divine shuttles. As for how many space-piercing divine shuttles could be refined, it completely depended on the skill of the divine artifact master. In the realms of gods, if one wanted to go to a lower realm such as a Devata realm or a mundane realm, one had to use a normal spatial tunnel. Moreover, they had to wait until the planar battlefield closed for the spatial tunnel to remain stable. Only then could they leave. Now that the realm battlefield had opened and the realms of gods were converging, the unstable spatial tunnel was closed. There was only one way to go from a realm of gods to a lower realm: the space-piercing divine shuttle. As for the path Duan Lingtian took to enter the realms of gods, it was not a path ordinary people could take to enter the realm of gods through the spatial barrier in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Even if Duan Lingtian had the help of the 5 divine elements, he would not be able to do it. After all, he was already a god king and could not enter the Nine Serenities battlefield that only celestial emperors could enter. There's a space-piercing divine shuttle here? How many battle merits does it cost to refine a space-piercing divine shuttle? When Dongfang Yannian saw how anxious Duan Lingtian seemed, he was confused as well. He had only casually mentioned it because he felt it might be useful to Duan Lingtian. For example, if Duan Lingtian wanted to visit his family and friends in the lower realms in the next 300 years, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so excited. I didn't notice. However, it shouldn't be too expensive. The remaining battle merits should be enough, Dongfang Yannian said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, under Dongfang Yannian's lead, Duan Lingtian saw the space-piercing divine shuttle in Peace City's mysterious item hall. It was a pitch-black object with an extremely sharp spike. The surface of the space-piercing divine shuttle was covered in complicated patterns. If one looked at it carefully, they would be able to steal one's soul. I'm just short of a few battle merits. When Duan Lingtian saw the price of the space-piercing divine shuttle, he frowned. He discovered the remaining battle merits he had were not enough to purchase the space-piercing divine shuttle. He was still short of 100 battle merits. Little Tian, don't worry about it. I'll lend it to you. Dongfang Yannian smiled. Just like that, Duan Lingtian owed Dongfang Yannian another debt. This time, Duan Lingtian did not reject Dongfang Yannian's offer. After all, he really wanted the space-piercing divine shuttle. With this space-piercing divine shuttle, I'll be able to return to the Devata realm. However, this space-piercing divine shuttle is a one-time use god artifact. Moreover, it's only a one-way space-piercing divine shuttle. However, it's not bad that I can return with my clone. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Unknowingly, it had been several decades since he came to the Mystic Handle land in the realm of gods. For several decades, he had been alone. He did not seem to fit in with the realms of gods. Compared to the natives of the realms of gods, he was just an outsider in the realms of gods. Little Tian, do you want to go home? Xue Haichuan asked with a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's excitement. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he had not left home for too long, for someone like him who was traveling alone in the realms of gods, it was more torturous than going into closed-door cultivation for 1,000 years. He wanted to go back and see his wife and children. He wanted to go back and see his parents. At the same time, he wanted to see if his master had returned from the Azura Hell. Do you plan to return with your true body or your clone? Xue Haichuan asked again. Then, he added, I don't recommend you return with your true body. If you return with your true body, you'll have to wait for 300 years before you can return. At that time, the realm battlefield will close, and the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms will be stabilized. If you return with your true body, you'll only be able to return after 300 years. And 300 years, to you, is not a short period of time. Right now, you are not even 3,000 years old. If you return with your true body, the cultivation environment in the lower realms will be harsh. Even if you have enough divine pills, your cultivation base will be wasted. Xue Haichuan said, I suggest you return with your clone. With your clone's strength, you'll be able to dominate the lower realms. That's what I plan to do. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. With his current strength, he could easily kill a lesser divine emperor with his clone formed from the law of space. With such strength, he would be invincible in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Duan Lingtian believed that there were gods and godly kings in the Devata realms. However, it was impossible for there to be divine emperors. However, just because there are no divine emperors in the Devata realms and the realms of gods, it doesn't mean there are no divine emperors in the 7 deadliest realms. Before coming to the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian had learned that there were many godly spirits in the independent realms where the 7 deadliest places were located. There were also many powerful gods in the 7 deadliest realms. There was no lack of godly kings and divine emperors. Duan Lingtian did not know if there were any godly emperors. However, based on his master Feng Qingyang's speculation, there was a high chance there were some. I'll be able to return soon. After obtaining the space-piercing divine shuttle, Duan Lingtian could not suppress his excitement. He would be able to return to the Devata realms soon. Not only would he be able to see his family again, but he would also be able to help them get rid of some threats. For example, he had no choice but to ask his family to hide. If he did not allow them to hide, his family would face a calamity if the people from the Tidal Temple or the God King of the Dead Spirit race discovered them. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian could not understand Duan Lingtian's emotions. If they knew Duan Lingtian was only slightly over 700 years old, they would definitely understand Duan Lingtian's feelings. Bang! After leaving the Emperor War Realm, Dongfang Yannian bade farewell and left in a hurry. Duan Lingtian and Xue Haichuan returned to Dongfang Yannian's residence. After returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian could not wait to summon his clone from the law of space. Then, he ordered his clone to use the space-piercing divine shuttle to tear a tear in the void before entering it. Chapter 3899. It's the Mundane Realm. Duan Lingtian's true body was cultivating in a realm of gods while his clone tore a hole in the void with the help of the space-piercing divine shuttle and went to a lower realm. He had no idea which lower realm he would end up in. The only thing he was certain of was that he would either end up in a Devata realm or a mundane realm. There were far fewer Devata realms in this world compared to mundane realms. For this reason, the probability of his clone arriving in a mundane realm was much higher than a Devata realm. Although the clone's actions were controlled by the true body, it did not affect the true body's actions. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was able to cultivate in the realms of gods even when his law of space clone arrived in a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. Naturally, he could not fully focus on his cultivation. He still had to control his clone. Only when the clone didn't need to do anything would the main body be able to focus on one thing, such as cultivating or concocting divine pills. I don't need to refine divine pills for now. Let's return to the solitary destructive heaven first. Duan Lingtian's clone appeared above a lake in a mundane realm. He knew this was a mundane realm because the heaven and earth spirit energy here was very thin. Duan Lingtian suddenly discovered a few groups of people had appeared in the distance not long after he appeared. They were flying toward him at high speed and surrounded him in just a blink of an eye. There were more than 20 people in groups of 3 to 5. They surrounded Duan Lingtian and stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people in front of him indifferently. With just a sweep of his divine consciousness, he could tell the cultivation base of these people. Most of them had the cultivation base of Emperor Wu in the mundane realm. There were a few who were slightly weaker, but they were close to the cultivation base of Emperor Wu. Who are you? The Buddha Peace Lake has been sealed by the few great saint lands. How did you get in? The thing that's about to appear in the Buddha Peace Lake belongs to the few great saint lands. You better tell us your origin and whether you have any companions here. Otherwise, you won't be able to return alive. Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, the group of people surrounding him had already begun to speak. Their words were not polite at all, and when they looked at him, their eyes flashed with killing intent. Something about to be born? Duan Lingtian stared blankly for a moment. Then, his divine sense swept out and enveloped the huge lake beneath his feet. In an instant, everything within the lake appeared before his eyes. At the same time, he also knew the reason why these people had surrounded him. There was actually a cave in the lake. Moreover, there were actually a few celestial artifacts in the cave. To the current him, immortal artifacts were no different from scrap metal. But to the people of the mundane plains, it was a supreme treasure. There's actually a formation inside. Moreover, the formation has already been activated. I'm afraid it won't be long before this cave dwelling hidden in the depths of the lake appears before everyone. The immortal who left behind this cave must have left behind some kind of message. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come at this critical moment. After pondering for a moment, Duan Lingtian lost interest in the cave dwelling in the depths of the lake. The thing inside was extremely tempting to people from the mundane plains. However, it was not attractive to him at all. It's time to leave. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he prepared to leave the mundane realm and head to the Devata realm. With his current cultivation base, he could easily tear open space and sense the location of the Devata realm nearby. As long as he could find the point where the space barrier between the two realms connected, he would be able to tear open space and head to the Devata realm. As for other places, he did not dare to take the risk even though he was a divine emperor. The turbulent space between the planes was filled with extremely terrifying spatial turbulence. Not to mention divine emperors, even god emperors and ultimate gods could perish if they were not careful. Even powerful ultimate gods could stay in the turbulent space for a period of time. It was said that supreme powerhouses could roam freely in the turbulent space. On the other hand, ordinary ultimate gods could only stay in the turbulent space for a short period of time, let alone those who were weaker than ordinary ultimate gods. Even with my current strength as a divine emperor, if I'm lucky and don't encounter the turbulent space, I'll definitely die if I enter the turbulent space. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While Duan Lingtian ignored the questions from the surrounding people and fell into a daze, someone finally lost his patience and directly attacked Duan Lingtian. One of the Emperor Wu powerhouses from the mundane realm flew forward and struck Duan Lingtian with his palm. A huge palm print shot out and landed on Duan Lingtian. Bang! In the next moment, a soft sound rang in the air, much to everyone's surprise. The martial monarch who attacked was stunned in mid-air. He had used at least 80% of his strength in that attack. Even if any of the martial monarchs at the scene were to be caught off guard, they would still die without a doubt. However, the person in front of him just stood there. He did not seem to use any strength. But when his palm landed on Duan Lingtian, it suddenly exploded and scattered with the wind. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was not only unscathed, but his robe was also unwrinkled. In fact, Duan Lingtian was already a divine emperor. Even an ordinary immortal who had not yet reached the divine king realm would still have a layer of divine power on the surface of his body, forming a layer of protection. This kind of protection was naturally useless against people whose cultivation bases were close to his own. However, an ordinary immortal would not be able to break through this layer of protection, let alone a group of immortals from the mundane realm who did not even have a mortal body. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's body in the mundane realm was not his true body. It was a clone formed from the law of space. The protective energy around his body was even more terrifying. Even celestial emperors from the Devata realms might not be able to break through it, let alone Emperor Wu from the mundane realm. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. It was not that he could not react in time, but it was just that his opponent's cultivation base was not strong enough for him to make a move. What was the point of him making a move if his opponent could not even break through his protective energy? It was as though a 2-meter-tall man was punched by a 2- or 3-year-old child. Was he supposed to block the punch? Was he supposed to block the punch? What a joke! Meanwhile, the expressions of the onlookers were no longer gloomy and angry. Instead, they were filled with fear and panic. Heavens! What kind of monster was this? As he stood there, the martial emperor expert's all-out attack did not even break through his protective dipper energy. Even an ordinary immortal would not be able to do this, right? After Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he glanced at the martial emperor who attacked him and said nonchalantly, "You attacked me for no reason. Moreover, the moment you attacked, you used almost all of your strength with the intention to kill. According to my past temper, you'll definitely die." If Duan Lingtian had said this when everyone had gathered around him, no one would have taken him seriously. However, no one doubted his words at this moment. Emperor Wu, who was being stared at by Duan Lingtian, was so frightened that his face turned pale. He hastily kneeled in the air and kowtowed as he begged for mercy. "My lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life." Emperor Wu was a person with a lofty status in the Saint Land. He was second only to the emperor, but at this moment, he had completely thrown away his dignity. Although this scene was seen by the surrounding people, no one made fun of him. The purple-clad young man in front of them was too terrifying. Based on the defense he had displayed earlier, with his strength, even if the few great Saint Lands joined forces, they would not be a match for him. This was an existence that could single-handedly destroy several of their great powers. "Break one of your own arms," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Break the arm that's moving." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the martial emperor who was still kowtowing raised his left hand in ecstasy. With a chop, he chopped off his right arm. However, as though he wanted to show off in front of Duan Lingtian, he smashed his severed arm with a punch with his left hand. There was no way he could reattach it. In fact, he was thinking that when he returned to the Saint Land, he would ask his senior brother, the leader of the Saint Land, for one of the only 2 celestial pills in the Saint Land that could regenerate severed limbs. At that time, he would be able to regrow his severed arm. A celestial pill in exchange for a life was worth it. "My lord, do you have any other requests?" After severing one of his arms, Emperor Wu asked again and again. It was obvious he was worried Duan Lingtian was still angry. However, Duan Lingtian did not bother to argue with Emperor Wu when he saw Emperor Wu had severed one of his arms. After he looked away, he struck the air with his palm. In the next instant, bang! A soft sound rang in the air as a violent energy wreaked havoc in Duan Lingtian's palm. The energy sent chills down the spines of the powerhouses from the mundane realms. At this moment, they felt as though their breaths had stopped. Although that power was perfectly controlled by the other party's palm, they could still faintly sense how terrifying that power was through the void and following the other party's control. In the next instant, they saw a black hole appear in the void. It was so dark that they could not see the bottom of it. It's in the east. After a while, Duan Lingtian discovered the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm through the tear in the void that he had forcefully torn open. Then he teleported and left the place. Under the watchful eyes of the people from the mundane realm, Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. When the tear in the void closed again, everyone regained their senses. Gulp. Gasp. At this moment there were people who swallowed hard, and there were also many who gasped. They looked at each other and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. After a long while, someone asked in a trembling voice, "Do you think he's a celestial? Even an ordinary celestial wouldn't be so terrifying, right?" Chapter 3900. Duan Lingtian was no longer the person he used to be. His opinion of the people from the mundane realm had changed. Throughout his life, as long as he had the ability to deal with someone who wanted to kill him, none of them were still alive. Even if there were, he had not dealt with them yet. For example, the Zhong clan in the Heavenly Wind City in the Mystic Gangland in the realms of gods. The God King clan in Heavenly Wind City had once sent their men of sacrifice to kill Duan Lingtian. Although they had tried to befriend Duan Lingtian and even gave him many treasures, Duan Lingtian had no intention of annihilating the clan. However, Duan Lingtian would not let the Zhong clan, who was the mastermind, off. Although the people from the mundane realm had tried to kill him, they were too weak. Moreover, he was in a good mood now that his clone had returned to the mundane realm. This is the place. Duan Lingtian made a few teleportations and arrived at the intersection between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. There were 2 layers of spatial barriers between the mundane realm and the mundane realm. However, these 2 layers of spatial barriers seemed to overlap with each other. Bang! Duan Lingtian punched out, and a black whirlpool instantly appeared in the air. The whirlpool was not completely black. Apart from the edge of the whirlpool, there was a beautiful picture in the middle of the whirlpool. It was the scene of the Devata realm on the other side. Since the 2 realms were adjacent to each other, there was no spatial barrier. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian flew into the Devata realm in front of him. Not long after he entered the Devata realm, the spatial tunnel he had created with his punch quickly closed up. After a few breaths, the spatial tunnel returned to normal as though nothing had happened. I'll look for a transporting formation in the Devata realm and head to the solitary destructive heaven. A hint of excitement could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he arrived at a ravine with beautiful scenery. Although he had only left the Devata realms for less than 100 years, his experiences in the realms of gods were not inferior to those in the Devata realms. Although he had stayed in the Devata realm for hundreds of years, he had spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. He rarely came into contact with the outside world. In fact, he didn't even know many people. Duan Lingtian sped all the way and finally saw a city after about half a day. Although this city was small and did not have a transporting formation, what Duan Lingtian needed now was to ask for directions. He asked for directions to the transportation formations in the Devata realms. Although the city was small, there were many people going in and out of it. Duan Lingtian followed the flow of people into the city and did not attract too much attention. In fact, in the eyes of those people, Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary young man. Clear sky. After entering the city, Duan Lingtian quickly learned the name of the Devata realm he was in. It was the empty sky realm he had been to in the past. In the past, he had traveled to many Devata realms to look for his family and to see if they would reply. In fact, he had been to almost all of the Devata realms, but he had only stayed for a short period of time. I don't even know where the transportation formations in the Devata realms are? Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he discovered he was in a small corner of the clear sky realm. Moreover, the celestials in this area did not have high cultivation bases. Although they had heard of the transportation formations in the Devata realms, they had only heard of them in rumors. They did not know where they could find them. Sir, it's said that there are many powerhouses in the far north. You can go there and ask around. After the waiter received some celestial crystals from Duan Lingtian, he was very friendly to Duan Lingtian. He was just short of introducing his ancestors to Duan Lingtian. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. This was the only thing he could do. It was better to have a direction than nothing. Otherwise, he could only wander around like a headless fly. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, a large number of buildings in the heavenly palace collapsed. Many figures flew out and stood in front of the entrance. Their expressions were grim as they looked at the trembling void in front of the heavenly palace. Who's that person? He's able to fight Lord Heavenly Emperor to such an extent? An old man dressed in a fiery red robe asked solemnly. I don't know. It's a new face. Meng Luo shook his head. He had seen the person's appearance earlier. However, when the person fought with Lord Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, even he had to avoid him. Even the aftershock of the person's attack made him feel as though his life was on the line. Even the palace master of the main hall of the title temple could only leave behind a clone to escape when Lord Heavenly Emperor went to the main hall of the title temple. Even the palace master of the main hall of the title temple isn't a match for Lord Heavenly Emperor. Who's that person? I don't know. It's impossible to enter the heavenly palace now. Even titled god emperors would be severely injured if they managed to enter the heavenly palace. Who's that person? Inside the mountain gate of Heavenly Emperor Palace, a large number of buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. The aftermath of the collision of the two forces swept away everything inside the mountain gate of Heavenly Emperor Palace, forming a force field that prevented people from getting close, let alone entering. Earlier, one of the titled celestial emperors who was considered average among the titled celestial emperors was severely injured by the shockwaves from the collision of the two energies. Fortunately, he had consumed the celestial pill given to him by Hualao and managed to survive. At this moment, his face was pale and filled with fear as he looked into the heavenly palace. Inside the heavenly palace. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Streaks of sword chi rose into the sky like beautiful fireworks. Wherever the flames passed, the void would stagnate. Even the air seemed to be frozen. At the same time, an extremely powerful force turned into a giant palm and smashed down, shattering all the sword lights. Feng Qingyang, I have to admit that you're one of the strongest among the higher god kings. Your attainments in the law of time are truly shocking. A figure stepped out from the distant void. It was a middle-aged man with a cold face. He looked at the green figure standing in the distance, surrounded by a sword light, and said in a cold voice, When we first met, although I only saw your law clone, I'm certain you were only a lower god king at that time. To think that you've broken through from a lower god king to a higher god king in just a few decades, it seems like you're hiding a lot of secrets. I'm curious. A hint of greed and desire could be seen in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes as he spoke. Mi Xian. Feng Qingyang moved with his sword and became one with the sword. He continued to attack the middle-aged man as he said coldly, I didn't expect you to be spared by the Dead Spirit Clan. A clansman who betrayed the Dead Spirit Clan shouldn't be allowed to live in this world. Feng Qingyang still remembered that he had personally entered the netherworld to inform the Dead Spirit Clan of Mi Xian's betrayal. Although Mi Xian was very strong, as far as he knew, the Dead Spirit Clan in the netherworld had even stronger existences. Regardless of whether the Dead Spirit Clan was stronger or not, given the Dead Spirit Clan's foundation in the netherworld, they must have made many friends. At a critical moment, they could find experts from other clans to help them clean up their clan. However, what Feng Qingyang hadn't expected was that Mi Xian would reappear several decades later. This time, he was no longer in soul form but had taken over someone else's body. The most unexpected thing was, Mi Xian had broken through to the God Emperor realm. However, based on the current situation, the body that Mi Xian had taken over was not completely compatible with him. As a result, although he was a middle god emperor, he was unable to suppress a higher god king in a short amount of time. Feng Qingyang, you managed to escape from me in the past. Today you'll die in my hands as well. As Mi Xian spoke coldly, he shot toward Feng Qingyang like a bolt of lightning. The laws that he comprehended were no weaker than the laws of time that Feng Qingyang comprehended. After all, he had lived much longer than Feng Qingyang. Coupled with the difference in cultivation, even though his soul and physical body were not completely compatible, he was still able to suppress Feng Qingyang. However, the strength that Feng Qingyang had displayed still amazed him. At the very least, it was very difficult to find such a powerful higher god king in the netherworld. If he hadn't been a middle god emperor but a lower god emperor, he might not have been able to suppress Mi Xian. At most, they would have been evenly matched. He might even have been slightly weaker. Fortunately, I broke through some time ago. Mi Xian sighed in relief when he thought about how Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall of the title temple, had come to look for him. The battle between Mi Xian and Feng Qingyang was earth-shattering. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was reduced to rubble. Even the mountain gate in the distance was on the verge of collapse. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 Meng Luo, Hualao, and the others could only watch from afar. They could not see anything at all. Even their divine consciousness was swept away by the aftershocks of the battle. We can only wait. Hualao sighed. I believe in Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo had a determined expression on his face. He trusted Lord Heavenly Emperor unconditionally. Finally, after about half an hour, the commotion in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven finally subsided. Peace was restored, and the dust in the surroundings began to disperse. When the dust finally settled, Hualao, Meng Luo, and the others were greeted by the sight of a wasteland. Outside the wasteland, there were broken things that had fallen to the ground. Inside, there was only dust everywhere. It was like a desert. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had been razed to the ground. Someone's coming out. At this moment, someone saw a figure flying out of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Chapter 3901. The entrance to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was in ruins. At this moment, a figure could be seen flying toward the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived before Hualao, Meng Luo, and the other celestial emperors who had just returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. These celestial emperors were all loyal followers of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. They were pleasantly surprised when they saw the figure flying toward them. Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor! At this moment, the person who appeared in front of everyone was none other than Feng Qingyang. However, as soon as Feng Qingyang arrived, Meng Luo, who was most familiar with him, frowned slightly. This was because he realized the heavenly emperor seemed unfamiliar to him at this moment. He was still the same person. His appearance was still the same. However, his aura had changed. Just by standing there, he gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. Soon after, Hualao frowned slightly when he noticed this as well. Only the remaining celestial emperors were not familiar with Feng Qingyang. Every time they met him, they would look up to him from afar. Even if they felt that something was amiss with Feng Qingyang, they would think that it was because Feng Qingyang had just experienced a great battle. Humph! Suddenly, Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others saw Feng Qingyang, who was standing in the sky, let out a cold snort the instant he looked at them. Their hearts skipped a beat as they wondered what was going on. Feng Qingyang's body began to tremble. Waves of terrifying soul energy swept out from his body in just a blink of an eye, causing Hualao and the others to retreat in horror. Some of the slower immortal emperors were affected by the soul aura and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Their eyes, which were originally full of light, dimmed at this moment. Their souls were destroyed. There's another soul in Lord Heavenly Emperor's body. At this moment, Hualao, Meng Luo, and the others who had retreated could clearly sense this from the strange situation just now. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in their ears. It was from the mouth of the Sky Emperor in front of them. Feng Qingyang. The moment he opened his mouth, he actually called out his name. You better behave yourself. Do you really think I can't destroy your soul? You may be strong, but your soul is only that of a high god king. I, Mi Xian, am not only a middle god emperor's soul, but a member of the ghost race. Battles between souls are my specialty. If I wasn't interested in some of the things you know and wanted to get those things, do you think I would have spared your life? As soon as he spoke, the expressions of Hualao and the others turned ugly. Now they finally knew what had happened. Another soul had entered their Lord Heavenly Emperor's body. Moreover, the soul belonged to a middle god emperor. Now that the Sky Emperor had spoken, they finally learned about their Lord Heavenly Emperor's cultivation base. A high god king. Although they were only celestial emperors in the Devata realms, they knew celestial emperors were stronger than celestial kings. For example, celestial emperors in the Devata realms were stronger than celestial kings. Mi Xian. When Feng Qingyang spoke again, his voice had changed. It was the voice Hualao, Mengluo, and the others were familiar with. His voice was calm, as though he was not afraid of another soul entering his body. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's voice, the eyes of Hualao and the others brightened immediately. They sighed in relief. Based on their Lord Heavenly Emperor's tone, it was clear he was fine. Mi Xian. At the same time, Feng Qingyang continued to speak. As a member of the Dead Spirit clan, you've already possessed a human's body. After the human's body was destroyed, it's impossible for you to possess another person's body. As a member of the Dead Soul clan, you should know this better than anyone else. It's meaningless for you to possess my body. Moreover, even if it's just a soul, you won't be able to destroy me. Perhaps you might be able to destroy me, but you'll have to pay a hefty price. Are you willing to pay such a hefty price just to destroy me? As for what you want, it's the secret of the Azura Hell. However, I can't share it with you. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. With your current strength, I can't kill you. However, that doesn't mean I can't kill you in the future. Feng Qingyang's voice grew colder and colder as he spoke. After a while, Feng Qingyang's body gave off a powerful soul ripple. When he spoke again, it was the same cold voice as before. Feng Qingyang, I don't know what will happen in the future, but right now, a high god king's soul like you isn't qualified to be my enemy. Now, you'd better behave yourself. If you don't want to tell me the secret of the Azura Hell, I'll find a way to make you tell me. If you don't tell me, I'll kill these people. Feng Qingyang, or more accurately, Feng Qingyang, who was under Mi Xian's control, narrowed his eyes and looked at Hualao, Mengluo, and the others icily. Everyone's expression changed. If you touch them, I won't let you succeed even if I have to destroy my own soul, Mi Xian said indifferently. Feng Qingyang replied nonchalantly. Clearly, he did not care about Mi Xian's threat at all. Of course, before I self-destruct, I'll make you pay the price. At that time, your soul will be left with an irreparable wound. You'll definitely die in the next tribulation. Feng Qingyang's tone was incomparably cold. Mi Xian fell silent for a moment before speaking again. It seems that these people aren't very important to you, Feng Qingyang. Fine. Since you don't care about them, I'll let them live. However, if they want to live, they have to work for me. The conversation between Mi Xian and Feng Qingyang was between their souls. The last thing Hualao, Mengluo, and the others heard was that Mi Xian was going to attack them. The group led by Mengluo spoke up. Your Majesty, please don't compromise for us. Your Majesty, I have no regrets dying for you. Your Majesty. At this moment, the group of celestial emperors led by Mengluo and Elder Hua could be said to be loyal to Feng Qingyang. They were willing to shed blood for him. While Hualao, Mengluo, and the others were prepared to die, Feng Qingyang, or to be more precise, Mi Xian, who was controlling Feng Qingyang's body, raised his hand and threw a formation compass into the air. As soon as Duan Ling Tian activated the formation plate, an illusory grand formation descended from the sky and shrouded the entire heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. From now on, No one is allowed to leave this formation. If anyone dares to approach the formation, I'll kill them immediately. Mi Xian looked at Hualao, Meng Luo, and the others coldly. His tone was so cold that no one dared to doubt his words. What's he trying to do? Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others were at a loss when they heard Mi Xian's words and saw that Mi Xian had no intention of attacking them. They couldn't figure out what the person controlling their Lord Heavenly Emperor's body wanted to do. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of Meng Luo and the others, Mi Xian sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. No one knew if he was meditating or doing something else. Hualao, Meng Luo, and the others remained where they were, not daring to make any rash moves. He's not letting us leave, and he's staying here. What's he trying to do? Why do I feel like he's waiting for someone? The formation he set up earlier seems to be able to cut off transmissions. What? Soon after, Meng Luo, Hualao, and the others discovered the formation Mi Xian had set up earlier was able to cut off transmissions. In truth, although Feng Qingyang had a similar formation disk, Mi Xian definitely did not know that Feng Qingyang had such a formation disk. Even if he did, he would not be able to take it. Although Feng Qingyang's spatial ring had recognized him as its owner through his blood, he still needed to use his divine sense to open it. Even though Mi Xian had temporarily taken control of his body, he could not touch his spatial ring. The formation disk Mi Xian had taken out came from his own spatial ring. To be more precise, it came from the spatial ring of his previous body. He could open it directly with his divine sense. As a member of the dead spirit race without a body, his spatial ring was recognized by his divine sense, not his blood. Earlier, after he had abandoned his body and entered Feng Qingyang's body, he had controlled Feng Qingyang's body and taken his spatial ring. What's his goal? Is he afraid that we'll find help? What kind of help can we find? That's right. Lord Heavenly Emperor is even stronger than the strongest person in the Devata realms, the main hall master of the Tidal Temple. Who would be able to deal with someone stronger than him? Not only is he a divine emperor, but he's also an intermediate divine emperor. What's he afraid of? He's actually blocking our communication. Since Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others had nothing to do, they couldn't help but wonder why Mi Xian had set up the communication isolation formation. In the end, Hualao's expression changed drastically when he thought of a possibility. Is it possible that he's waiting for the young palace master to return? The young palace master. Meng Luo was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as well. That must be it. He must think the young palace master is more valuable to Lord Heavenly Emperor than us. If the young palace master returns without knowing what's going on, he can use the young palace master to threaten Lord Heavenly Emperor. After listening to Hualao and Meng Luo's voice transmissions, everyone felt this was the most likely possibility. As a matter of fact, Mi Xian indeed had such thoughts. Now that news of Feng Qingyang regaining control of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven has spread, I'm sure the Duan Lingtian will return if he hears about this. This saves me the trouble of looking for him. Not only did that brat kill my brothers, but he even fooled me. Chapter 3902. Mi Xian's hatred for Duan Lingtian was greater than his hatred for Feng Qingyang. Previously, Mi Xian's brother, Lord Yahiko, was killed by Duan Lingtian using the 5 divine elements. At that time, Mi Xian had wanted to obtain the 5 divine elements from Duan Lingtian. However, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. Later on, Mi Xian had possessed the body of the young master of the Tidal Temple's main hall. It was the only chance for a dead spirit clansman to possess a foreign body. However, that body had been destroyed by Duan Lingtian. Due to the restriction of soul energy in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian was defeated by Duan Lingtian and had to flee in a sorry state. In fact, Mi Xian had suffered at the hands of Duan Lingtian more than once. Even though so many years had passed and he had made a name for himself in the netherworld, he still hated Duan Lingtian to the bone deep in his heart. At the same time, he longed to obtain Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements. After all, Duan Lingtian possessed all 5 divine elements. Mi Xian was extremely jealous of Duan Lingtian. Feng Qingyang returned in a domineering manner and killed all the members of the Title Temple in the realm where the main hall of the Title Temple is located. Not only that, but Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Title Temple, has also become a homeless dog. Once news of this spreads, I'm sure Duan Lingtian will come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Mi Xian closed his eyes and rested for a moment before he made up his mind. Then he sent a message to his subordinates. This time, when he returned from the netherworld, he also brought people with him. They were the slaves he had subdued over the years, and he had planted a soul imprint on them. Although they were only ordinary godly spirits, they were still good helpers in the Devata realms. Help me send a message out. After Mi Xian explained the situation to the two of them, he gave the order. Yes, master. The two of them quickly responded to Mi Xian and began to move quickly. After Mi Xian opened his eyes and glanced at Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others, he closed his eyes again and continued to rest. As for Hua Lao and the others, they did not dare to act rashly. However, as time passed, both Hua Lao and Meng Luo began to feel anxious. Although they did not need to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and sleep like mortals, they could not help but feel anxious when they thought about the possibility of Duan Lingtian returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Of course, although they were anxious, they did not dare to act rashly. However, even if they did not act rashly, it did not mean that the others did not have the same thoughts. 2 days later, one of the weaker celestial emperors volunteered to take the soul pearl from Hua Lao before he left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He teleported and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already outside the formation. However, just as he appeared outside the formation, before he could send out a message, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! A wisp of soul power swept through the air like a gust of wind. As soon as Mi Xian opened his eyes, the person who had teleported outside the formation fell to the ground with a dull look in his eyes. His body and Tao dissipated. Don't provoke me again. Mi Xian glanced at Hua Lao and the others indifferently. If anyone dares to leave the formation again, I'll kill them as well. Upon hearing Mi Xian's words, Hua Lao and the others' expressions turned unsightly. However, there was nothing they could do. They could see it. Even if they were lucky enough to escape the formation, they would be killed before they could send out a message. Lord Heavenly Emperor didn't respond this time. It seems like Lord Heavenly Emperor's soul is indeed suppressed by him. However, based on Lord Heavenly Emperor's tone, he shouldn't be in any danger for now. Meng Luo sent a voice transmission to Hua Lao. Of course, to a certain extent, he was comforting himself by saying this. All right. Hua Lao nodded. I think so too. The young master isn't in the solitary destructive heaven. I hope he doesn't hear about Lord Heavenly Emperor's return until later. When Meng Luo spoke again, there was a hint of worry in his voice. I hope so. A bitter expression appeared on Hua Lao's face. His heart was filled with worry. Before today, he had hoped that the young master of the solitary destructive heaven would receive the news as soon as possible and return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although their Lord Heavenly Emperor was still alive, his body was temporarily possessed by someone else, and his soul was suppressed. If the young master of the solitary destructive heaven returned, not only would they be in trouble, but their Lord Heavenly Emperor would also be forced to do things he was unwilling to do. This was not something they wanted to see. However, even if they were worried now, it would be of no use. They were too weak to affect anything. Moreover, if they dared to act recklessly, they would be killed by the Divine Emperor who had temporarily taken over their Lord Heavenly Emperor's body. If the Divine Emperor wanted to kill them, it would be easier than killing an ant. Perhaps all he needed was a thought? Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still in a Devata realm near the mundane realm where he had arrived. He had finally found a place with many powerhouses and found out about the location of a transporting formation. However, he was stopped from using the transporting formation. During this period of time, Lord Mansion Master has prohibited the use of transporting formations in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian was stopped by a group of powerhouses. The people who stopped him were led by a group of celestial lords. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly, but he did not waste his breath on the other party. He raised his hand and pressed down on the air. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings began to stir before it began to gather in the air. In just a blink of an eye, under everyone's watchful eyes, a huge palm silhouette appeared in the air and slammed down on the people who were blocking Duan Lingtian's path. In just a blink of an eye, the people who were blocking Duan Lingtian's path were slammed to the ground by Duan Lingtian's palm silhouette. Puff! Barf! Mouthfuls of blood spurted out from their mouths. Everyone, including the immortal emperor, was in a sorry state. Those with weaker cultivation bases had suffered serious injuries. In fact, this was because Duan Lingtian had shown mercy. Otherwise, all of them would have been annihilated in that one strike. When Duan Lingtian made his way to the transporting formation, the people standing in the surroundings did not dare to say a word as they watched Duan Lingtian's figure disappear into the transporting formation. After Duan Lingtian left, the celestial lord could not help but gasp as his body trembled. Who's he? He looks like an ordinary person, but even an ordinary celestial emperor might not be able to do that, right? The others were also trembling with fear at this moment. I'm afraid even Lord Mansion Master isn't a match for them. When they thought about the purple-clad young man and the Mansion Master who was the strongest in their district, many of them instinctively thought to themselves. Swoosh! Through the transporting formation, Duan Lingtian arrived at a Devata realm transportation formation near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He had been here many times in the past. I didn't expect to return as a law clone after so many years. When Duan Lingtian arrived near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he could not help but think about his master, Feng Qingyang. When they first met, Feng Qingyang was also a law clone. Feng Qingyang was still in the Azura Hell. I wonder if Master has returned. Duan Lingtian took out Elder Hua's soul pearl from his spatial ring. This was the spatial ring he had given to his clone before he used the void-piercing divine shuttle to travel to the Emperor Battle Realm. He had already made preparations before he left the Emperor Battle Realm. For example, he had brought Hualao and his family's soul pearls with him. Initially, he wanted to duplicate 1 or 2 more soul pearls. However, based on the amount of soul imprints in the soul pearls, it would not last long even if he duplicated 1 more soul pearl. After all, the soul imprints in the soul pearls would fade with time. Not only did Duan Lingtian send messages to Hualao, but he also sent messages to Mengluo and Mengluo. However, he did not receive any response from them even though their soul pearls were still intact. It was as though a stone had sunk into the sea. Since their soul pearls were still intact, it meant they were still alive. If they did not reply in time, it meant they were either in another Devata realm or in closed-door cultivation. Forget it. I should return to the heavenly palace and have a look. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven without waiting for their reply. After a few teleportations, Duan Lingtian arrived near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian arrived near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he saw through the clouds that the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was no longer there. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is destroyed? Was it done by the tidal temple? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. Although his master, Feng Qingyang, had left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and Hualao and the others had left as well, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was now an empty city. He was still in the solitary destructive heaven. However, they were forced to do so by circumstances. If the crisis was averted, they would return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was gone. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened as he shifted his gaze to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Soon enough, he discovered several figures standing outside the crumbling entrance of the heavenly palace. Duan Lingtian recognized 3 of the figures from afar. Master! Hualao and Meng Luo? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he teleported to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian discovered a formation had been set up around the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, it did not seem to be offensive at all. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. Since Hualao and Meng Luo were still in the solitary destructive heaven and were not in closed-door cultivation, why did they not reply to his message? Could it be because of the formation? As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, a surprised voice rang in the distance. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Chapter 3903. Most of the time it was just a coincidence. Duan Lingtian had been in the realms of gods for many years. He had thought about his family and friends in the Devata realms and the mundane realms, but he had never thought about returning to the realms of gods before the realm battlefield closed. After all, he knew it was impossible. Back then, he was only a celestial emperor and had yet to ascend to godhood. He was able to sneak into the realm of gods through the realm of gods through the realm of gods. After he had become a god, even with the help of the 5 divine elements, he would not be able to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield since only celestial emperors who were not gods could enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. He had only bought the divine void-piercing shuttle because Dongfang Yannian had reminded him of it. Otherwise, he would not have known it was sold in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. Duan Lingtian had thought of many possibilities when he returned to the solitary destructive heaven. However, he did not expect to see his master, Feng Qingyang, being possessed by Mi Xian. To be more precise, it was a temporary possession. Feng Qingyang's soul was still in his body, but Mi Xian's soul was stronger and had taken over. It had only been a month since Feng Qingyang was possessed by Mi Xian. As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he heard a sharp voice from his master, Feng Qingyang. Even the voice lines had changed. Moreover, he found it strange that Mi Xian had addressed him by his name. Master! Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Qingyang with a slight frown on his face. Based on Mi Xian's gaze and aura, he felt Mi Xian was not his master, but someone else. However, based on Mi Xian's figure and appearance, there was no doubt Mi Xian was his master. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. For a moment, he did not think about the possibility of Mi Xian being possessed. Young Palace Master, he is not the Lord Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Hualao, Meng Luo, and the others also flew toward Duan Lingtian as soon as they noticed him. They stood in front of Duan Lingtian and looked at Feng Qingyang in the eyes, shielding Duan Lingtian behind them. They knew that even if they allowed their young palace master to escape, he would not have the chance to do so. The other party's strength was too strong. It had already reached the point where it could kill all of them within a year. Divine emperors. That was an existence above divine king powerhouses. In the Devata realms, ordinary gods were still quite a distance away from becoming god kings. Young Palace Master, a month ago, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's body was possessed by someone else, and His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's soul was suppressed by the other party. Now, the one controlling His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's body is not His Majesty the Celestial Emperor, but someone else's soul. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Duan Lingtian's joy at seeing his master turned into anger in just a blink of an eye. His eyes turned sharp as he glared at Duan Lingtian. You'll have to kill us if you want to use our young palace master to threaten the Lord Heavenly Emperor, Meng Luo said coldly as he glared at Feng Qingyang. Although Meng Luo knew his strength was much weaker than Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian could kill him with just a thought, he was not afraid at all. He stood in front of Duan Lingtian without hesitation, shielding Duan Lingtian behind him. Hualao and the others were also glaring at Feng Qingyang. You're Mi Xian? Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he glared at Meng Luo and the others. He was about to kill them when Duan Lingtian spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Recalling the familiar sharp voice and the fact that the other party was able to possess his master, Feng Qingyang's body. Zhang Xian had a rough idea of who the other party was. I didn't expect an ant-like brat like you would remember me. Mi Xian, who was controlling Feng Qingyang's body, smiled sinisterly. Brat, since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. Once your master tells me everything, I'll give you a quick death so you can accompany my brother, Yahiko, who was killed by you. Of course, if Feng Qingyang refuses to cooperate, I'll make sure you suffer the pain of having your soul refined. Soul torture. That's more painful than 1,000 cuts. Don't even think about committing suicide. Even if you die, I can use a secret art of the dead spirit race to imprison your soul the moment your soul disintegrates. Mi Xian was surprised that Duan Lingtian could recognize him, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, it wasn't hard to guess. Suicide? Duan Lingtian paused when he heard Mi Xian's words. Then he smiled mockingly. Mi Xian, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to make me commit suicide. To think that you can suppress my master's soul. It looks like you've improved over the years. You must have broken through to become a higher god king. Duan Lingtian had known that Mi Xian was an intermediate god king in the past. His master, Feng Qingyang, was a lower god king. Later, his master hid in Azura Hell, planning to emerge only after breaking through to become an intermediate god king. At that time, he wouldn't have to fear Mi Xian. His master must have broken through to become an intermediate god king before he came out. However, his master did not expect Mi Xian would break through to become a higher god king at the same time as he broke through to become an intermediate god king. This was Duan Lingtian's guess. After all, it had been less than 100 years since he left the Devata realms and the conflict between Mi Xian and them. He had only achieved so much in less than 100 years due to a fortuitous encounter. On the other hand, although his master had obtained the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, he still had to cultivate step by step. As for Mi Xian, he was certain his master was still inferior to him. A higher god king? Mi Xian was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he laughed. Duan Lingtian, do you think I'll be able to suppress your master's soul if I'm only a higher god king? You are underestimating your master too much. Of course, you've also underestimated me. It was not difficult for Mi Xian to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. He could not help but scoff at Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Mi Xian's words. His master had broken through to become a higher god king. At this moment, Meng Luo, who was standing in front of Duan Lingtian, said in a deep voice, "Young palace master, this person is now a god king. Moreover, he's a middle god king." Middle god king? Duan Lingtian was shocked by Meng Luo's words. However, when he thought about it, he recalled his master was a higher god king, and yet he was no match for Mi Xian. It was clear Mi Xian was not just a lower god king. Previously, Mi Xian had possessed the body of Tang Sanpao, the young palace master of the Tidal Temple. After the body was destroyed, it was impossible for Mi Xian to possess a new body. There would always be a gap. However, his master had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Even if he was only a higher god king, his battle prowess was on par with a god emperor. If Mi Xian's soul was only a lower god emperor, he might not be able to suppress his master. When Mi Xian heard Meng Luo's words, he raised his head proudly and looked down at Duan Lingtian. Boy, it's meaningless to mention my cultivation base. Whether I'm a god king or a god emperor, I'm not someone you can defeat. You've been hiding in the shadows for so many years. I'm afraid you haven't even become a god yet, right? At the end of his sentence, Mi Xian's tone had a hint of ridicule. Becoming a god isn't that simple. Become a god? Duan Lingtian laughed at Mi Xian's words. He did not waste any more words and teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already close to Mi Xian. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from his body. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's powerful aura spread out as he stood in the air like an immortal. At this moment, he who had an extraordinary bearing was like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. This is when Meng Luo and Hualao regained their wits and tried to protect Duan Lingtian again. They were forced back by the aura radiating from Duan Lingtian. The aura was so strong that it made them feel oppressed. This aura, why does it feel like it's even more terrifying than His Majesty's? Meng Luo and Hualao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. When their Lord Celestial Emperor had returned from the Azura Hell and summoned them back, they'd sensed a terrifying aura from him. However, that aura was far inferior to this one. Could it be? All of a sudden, a thought popped up in their minds. Young Palace Master, the student has surpassed the Master? How is this possible? While Meng Luo and Elder Hua were still in shock, Mi Xian was also shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You, in less than 100 years, how could you become a God King? A Divine Emperor? As a medium Divine Emperor, Mi Xian was familiar with the aura of a Divine Emperor even though he was only a soul. At this moment, the purple-clad young man was radiating the aura of a Divine Emperor. To be more precise, it was the aura of a lower Divine Emperor. If it were only the soul of a lower Divine Emperor, Mi Xian would not be afraid. However, his opponent was not a lower Divine Emperor. His opponent was a human with a fleshly body. His soul was connected to his body and could be used to attack and defend. In this aspect, he had an advantage over Mi Xian. Even if he had taken over someone else's body before, because they were not completely compatible, that body might not be able to eliminate his worries when fighting with others. It might not be able to become his escape route. In terms of strength, a lower Divine Emperor was not weaker than him. If they were in the Netherworld, he was confident that he could kill a lower Divine Emperor with the help of the environment there. However, he was not so confident in the outside world. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have used some external object to simulate a Divine Emperor's aura. After a moment, Mi Xian came back to his senses and shook his head. His gaze on Duan Lingtian grew colder and colder, but it also seemed to say, I've seen through you. Stop pretending. Chapter 3904. Imitate the aura of a Divine Emperor? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Mi Xian's words. He was impressed by Mi Xian's imagination. However, Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath on Mi Xian's skeptical expression. He raised his hand and unleashed his divine energy that belonged to a lesser Divine Emperor. Coupled with the power of the law of space, he sent a sonic boom toward Mi Xian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only attacked casually. His purpose was to show Mi Xian that he, Duan Lingtian, was a bona fide Divine Emperor. As for why he did not kill Mi Xian directly, how could he kill Mi Xian? Mi Xian's soul was currently in his master, Feng Qingyang's body. If Mi Xian was in danger, who knew what he would do to his master's soul? Bang! As soon as Mi Xian dodged, Duan Lingtian's palm strike created a huge black hole where Mi Xian was standing. It hovered in the air and did not close for a long time. Based on this, one could see how terrifying Duan Lingtian's attack was. Although the top powerhouses in the Devata realms and ordinary gods could create a black hole in space, it would not take long for the black hole to close. However, Duan Lingtian's attack did not affect the black hole at all. Even god kings did not have such a technique, let alone ordinary gods. He's really a Divine Emperor. Mi Xian's expression changed drastically. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he looked as though he had seen a ghost. How did you do it? In less than 100 years, a brat who's not even a god has become a Divine Emperor? Mi Xian felt as though his worldview had been turned upside down. He even thought he was lucky to be able to break through from an intermediate god king to an intermediate god emperor in less than 100 years. However, he knew what he had gone through. He had devoured all the powerhouses in the Dead Spirit clan. None of them had escaped. It could be said that he was the only member of the Dead Spirit race left in this world. Later on, he relied on devouring the Dead Spirit race's clansmen to break through to the low-level God Emperor realm. Then, he had a fortuitous encounter in the Dead Spirit world, and recently he had broken through to the middle-level God Emperor realm. And now, he was starting a new life in the Netherworld, occupying a mountain and calling himself king. Otherwise, Wu Hongqing, the main hall master of the title temple, would enter the netherworld and tell him that Feng Qingyang had come out of the Azura Hell and had no intention of coming to the Devata realms for the time being. After all, back then, Feng Qingyang was only a primitive god king. He was shocked that Feng Qingyang had become a superior god king. Moreover, back then, Feng Qingyang was proficient in the laws of destruction. But today, the laws of time that Feng Qingyang displayed surpassed the laws of destruction that he had grasped in the past. Although he didn't know what had happened, he knew that Feng Qingyang must have had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell, and it must have been a great fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, Feng Qingyang would not have treated the Azura Hell as his own backyard and come and go as he pleased. Even Mi Xian, who had become a divine emperor, did not have the courage to enter the Azura Hell. After all, there was no lack of divine emperors in the netherworld who had disappeared after entering the Azura Hell. Mi Xian had thought Feng Qingyang's achievements in just 100 years were shocking enough. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang's disciple, would be even more shocking. Was Duan Lingtian really the same celestial emperor from decades ago? If it wasn't for the fact that he was a spirit body that mainly cultivated the soul and basically didn't have the concept of sleep and dreaming, he might have thought that he was dreaming. Master, I'll help you force Mi Xian's soul to retreat. While Mi Xian was still in shock, Duan Lingtian had already mobilized his soul energy and the law of space to attack Mi Xian. This time, he planned to use his soul energy to fuse with the laws of space to form a soul attack to injure Mi Xian's soul and help his master escape. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, Mi Xian activated his soul energy to form a protective barrier as though he had foreseen it. Whoosh! Although Duan Lingtian's soul was not as strong as Mi Xian's. After all, the latter was a mid-level divine emperor. The laws of space contained within made Mi Xian's heart tremble. Even in the netherworld, not every divine emperor possessed such a level of Dharma laws. In fact, many mid-level divine emperors did not have such high attainments in the laws of space. Who can tell me what kind of monster this Duan Lingtian is? Not only did he become a divine emperor in less than 100 years, but he also comprehended the laws of space to such a level. Even Mi Xian had only comprehended the laws of space to the point of complete fusion of 3 profundities and was in the process of fusing 4 profundities. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the laws of space were several streets ahead of him. Bang! When their soul energies collided, Duan Lingtian felt his own soul tremble. Mi Xian's soul body also swayed. Mi Xian's sharp voice rang out. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect your laws of space to be so terrifying. However, even if my grasp of the laws of space is inferior to yours, my soul is at a higher level than yours. Moreover, I, Mi Xian, am a member of the netherworld soul race and exist as a soul body. Although your soul attack is a threat to me, it's not strong enough to harm me. Also, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, I, Mi Xian, will drag Feng Qingyang down with me even if I have to die together with you. Mi Xian said. You dare. Duan Lingtian's calm expression changed. The soul attack just now had made him realize something. Even though he had the advantage in the laws of space, Mi Xian's soul attack was not inferior to his. You can try and see if I dare? Mi Xian sneered. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Do you think I, Mi Xian, am inferior to a dog? In my eyes, you really are inferior to a dog. Duan Lingtian said coldly, Mi Xian, leave my master's body. I won't kill you this time, but the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Do you think I'll believe you? Mi Xian sneered. If you don't believe me, I'll go to the netherworld and exterminate your netherworld race. Duan Lingtian threatened in a low voice. However, Mi Xian froze when he heard Duan Lingtian's threat. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Then I'm afraid you'll have made a wasted trip. I've already exterminated the netherworld race. You can't say that I've exterminated them. After all, I'm still alive. The moment Mi Xian's words left his mouth, not only was Duan Lingtian stunned, but even Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others were stunned. From what Mi Xian said, he'd exterminated his own people. Otherwise, How do you think I broke through to become a divine emperor in such a short time? Mi Xian licked his lips as he spoke. Those people tasted so delicious. It's a pity I won't be able to taste them in the future. Duan Lingtian's expression instantly darkened. You won't even spare your own people? To me, they're both my people and nourishment. Mi Xian smiled brilliantly. At the same time, the smile on Mi Xian's face froze. Then, his face regained its calm and indifference. His sharp eyes also calmed. Little Tian. At this time, Feng Qingyang was clearly a different person. Duan Lingtian could not be more familiar with the aura he displayed now. Hearing Mi Xian's greeting and sensing the familiar aura on him, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with excitement. Master! To him, in this world, apart from his family and the women by his side, only this master was the most important person. Not only had he led the way for him, but he had also provided him with a lot of help. To him, Mi Xian was both a master and a father figure. Amazing! You've become a divine emperor in less than 100 years. Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Mi Xian won't dare to touch me lightly. If he really pushes me too far, he won't live for more than 1,000 years after I die. This is a matter between me and him. Let me settle it with him. With that, Feng Qingyang looked at Hualao, Mengluo, and the others. Wait for me in the Celestial Emperor Palace with little Tian. Trust me, I'll be back soon. Yes, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Hualao and the others replied. They trusted Mi Xian unconditionally. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was still frowning. Alas, there was nothing he could do. If he was in his true body, he could continue fighting Mi Xian with his soul energy. However, since he was only a clone using the law of space, his soul energy was limited. Unlike the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms, his soul energy could not be replenished by absorbing heaven and earth spirit energy. Even if the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was weak, it could still be replenished with time. His soul energy could only be replenished with his soul energy. He only had one soul, which was in his main body, and could only be in his main body. Little Tian. At this moment, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, When I return, I'll listen to you tell me how you managed to break through to the divine monarch stage in such a short time. The cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is very good. Since your family is in the mundane realm, why don't you bring them here? With you here, as long as the spatial tunnel to and from the Devata realms is closed, no one in the Devata realms will be a threat to you. As for the powerhouses in the 7 deadliest lands, they're either not interested in the Devata realms or they're worried the supreme powerhouses will attack them if they see them invading their hometowns. Moreover, the cultivation environment in the Devata realms is not as good as where they came from. After Feng Qingyang was done explaining everything, his expression changed once more. His eyes turned cold, and his gaze turned sharp. At the same time, a sharp voice rang in the air again. How long-winded? Are all of you humans so long-winded? After Mi Xian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before his clone left. During this entire process, Duan Lingtian could only look on helplessly as he left, and there was nothing he could do. If my true body was here, I would have been able to kill him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt helpless and sullen in his heart. Chapter 3905. With this, Feng Qingyang left. To be more precise, Mi Xian, who was controlling Duan Lingtian's body, had left. Not only that, but Mi Xian had also taken Duan Lingtian's body and soul with him, outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After Mi Xian's departure, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air in silence. Meng Luo, Hualao, and the others did not dare to speak. However, at this moment, everyone, including Meng Luo and Elder Hua, were looking at the back of the purple figure with a fanatical expression. Their young master had become a divine emperor. The student had surpassed the master. Even their Lord Heavenly Emperor was only a god king. Even a high-ranked god king was still a ways away from becoming a divine emperor. Hualao, Senior Meng Luo. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he turned to look at Hualao, Meng Luo, and the others. Seniors, I'll leave the rebuilding of the heavenly palace to all of you. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others answered in unison. Their voices were filled with reverence. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was the only direct disciple of their Lord Heavenly Emperor. He was also their young palace master. Now that Duan Lingtian had revealed his strength as a divine emperor, it was only natural that they were even more respectful of him. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Hualao and the others watched on in awe and veneration as Duan Lingtian left. He went to the mundane realm. However, he did not show himself. He merely watched from afar and probed with his divine consciousness. After all, he was not in his true form. Although he was not in his true form, it would not affect him from reuniting with his family. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided to wait for a while longer. He did not intend to accept his master, Feng Qingyang's suggestion. Even if he waited, he would only have 300 years to reunite with his family. After 300 years, he would become even stronger. At that time, he would set up a safe place for his family in the Devata realm so they could cultivate without worry. Even if he brought his family to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, what if he had to abandon his law of space clone and form a new one because the realms of gods needed it? Only one law avatar could be formed. This was the law of heaven and earth, the iron law of heaven and earth. Previously, Duan Lingtian had thought about forming a law clone to return to the Devata realm or the mundane realm. However, for safety's sake, he decided to form a law of space clone. It was also fortunate that he had chosen the space law avatar. Otherwise, if it had been any other law avatar, his law avatar would have been destroyed when he encountered Mi Xian earlier, because other law avatars were no match for Mi Xian. Father, mother. Duan Lingtian had been hiding in the dark for many days. He could see his father, Duan Rufeng, and mother, Li Ro, cultivating, drinking tea and chatting. Occasionally, his wife and children would visit them. Although the cultivation environment in the mundane realm was not the best, he had spent a lot of celestial stones and celestial crystals to set up a spirit gathering formation here. Moreover, he had set up other formations to isolate the heaven and earth spirit energy on the island so that his family would not be disturbed. Although the formations could not isolate all humans and demon beasts, he was certain those who came close would not be a match for his family. There were many celestial kings and celestial lords in his family. To be more precise, there were even celestial emperors in his family. For example, Huan Er. Huan Er's life was the most mundane among Duan Lingtian's family. Apart from cultivating, she spent most of her time in a daze. Occasionally, Li Fei would visit her to chat. However, Huan Er seemed to be in a daze. Whenever Duan Lingtian saw this, he could not help but feel sorry for her. Soon, in 300 years at most, we'll be reunited. Even if they were reunited now, they would have to part ways once they were reunited. After all, it was impossible for his clone to stay here forever. At that time, they would have to go through another separation. It would be unfair to his family. I'll stay here and wait for them. Occasionally, I'll go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to check on the situation. I'll also have to make a trip to the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall is located. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Previously, when his master Feng Qingyang regained control of his body, he had sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and told him that Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, had something to do with Mi Xian's appearance. Once Wu Hongqing learned that Duan Lingtian had been possessed by Mi Xian, he would most likely return to the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located. Previously, Duan Lingtian had failed to kill Wu Hongqing because Wu Hongqing's main body had escaped. Little Tian, make a trip to the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall is. Wu Hongqing will definitely return after he learns that I've been possessed by Mi Xian. Of course, if Mi Xian tells Wu Hongqing about you, he won't return. However, I don't think Mi Xian will bring up your matter. First, he's afraid of embarrassing himself. Second, Mi Xian might not be happy with Wu Hongqing. Who knows, he might even try to take advantage of Wu Hongqing. If you can destroy Wu Hongqing, you should create a new hall master of the Tidal Temple. That way, you'll be able to control the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple has been in the Devata realms for many years. It's deeply rooted in the Devata realms. If you control it, it'll be able to do many things for you for at least 300 years before the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods is opened. Feng Qingyang sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, Feng Qingyang also sent a voice transmission to Hualao, Meng Luo, and the others, telling them not to spread the news of Duan Lingtian's breakthrough to the Divine Emperor realm for the time being. For this reason, apart from those present on the scene, no one knew Duan Lingtian had become a Divine Emperor. The Tidal Temple. Wu Hongqing. Duan Lingtian clearly remembered how Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, had colluded with Mi Xian and Yahiko in an attempt to steal his 5 divine elements. If it were not for the clear heaven's divine wood, not only would Mi Xian and Yahiko have succeeded, but he would have been killed as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes burned with rage when he thought about this. After leaving the solitary destructive heaven, Mi Xian felt more and more depressed. He had originally thought that his achievements in less than 100 years were already astonishing. He had even heard that there were many god emperors in the netherworld who knew of his achievements. However, when he met Feng Qingyang after leaving the netherworld, he suffered a huge blow. Although Mi Xian's improvement was not as great as Mi Xian's, it was still very exaggerated. After all, 70 to 80% of the reason why Mi Xian's improvement was so great was because he had devoured the people from the Dead Soul clan. Those people had become his nourishment, allowing him to enter the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. However, when his most hated enemy, Duan Lingtian, appeared, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's improvement was even more exaggerated than Feng Qingyang's. Duan Lingtian was only a celestial emperor a few decades ago. He had not even become a god. However, after a few decades, he was already a divine emperor. Although he was only a lesser god emperor, his strength was comparable to an intermediate god emperor. If Duan Lingtian were to fight with his life on the line, a mediocre divine emperor like him would most likely die. Damn it! How can this pair of master and disciple be so lucky? It's one thing for Feng Qingyang to be lucky, but Duan Lingtian is even luckier? I hate these children of destiny the most in my life. Once I've taken away Feng Qingyang's fortune, I'll kill him. Then, with this fortune, I'll continue to improve and kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know how strong he'll be. Mi Xian began to plan his future. After a while, he recalled the reason he had left the netherworld. It was because of Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. Also, Wu Hongqing asked me to inform him of the good news after I succeed. With this thought in mind, Mi Xian sent a message to Wu Hongqing, who was in the solitary destructive heaven, to meet him somewhere in the solitary destructive heaven. When Wu Hongqing saw Mi Xian, his expression changed drastically. It was as though he was facing a great enemy. At the same time, he wanted to flee. He only stopped when Mi Xian spoke. Divine Emperor Mi Xian, you possessed Feng Qingyang? Wu Hongqing looked at Mi Xian as though he had seen a ghost. Although he knew Mi Xian was no weaker than Feng Qingyang since he had become a divine emperor, he did not expect Mi Xian to be so strong as to possess Feng Qingyang. It's a small matter, Mi Xian said nonchalantly. He's just a mere higher god king. I, Mi Xian, am a medium god emperor. Alright, the matter has been resolved. Wu Hongqing, you'll have one less problem to worry about. However, there's something I must tell you. Wu Hongqing's heart skipped a beat when he heard Mi Xian's words. What is it, Divine Emperor Mi Xian? Mi Xian said, this is what happened. Mi Xian said, although I managed to possess Feng Qingyang, it wasn't that smooth. Wu Hongqing nodded inwardly. He did not think Mi Xian was lying. After all, it was not easy to possess another person even if the difference in cultivation base was a whole realm. When Feng Qingyang was dying, he could have severely injured my soul. However, I agreed to a condition of his so he didn't destroy his own soul. Mi Xian continued to say, "From now on, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will be under the control of Feng Qingyang's subordinates. The title temple is not allowed to interfere. This is what I promised Feng Qingyang. If I discover the title temple is still interfering with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll look for you." After Mi Xian finished speaking, he glanced at Wu Hongqing coldly before he left. Wu Hongqing's eyes glinted when he saw Mi Xian had left. Feng Qingyang was possessed by Mi Xian. Mi Xian is getting more and more terrifying. As for the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it's just a small matter. Now, I can finally return and rebuild the title temple's main hall. Chapter 3906. Why did Mi Xian say he would protect the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven from now on? Why did he say Feng Qingyang made such a request before he died? He was worried Wu Hongqing would go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and discover that Duan Lingtian was not to be trifled with. Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing had always been using each other. They were not friends at all. This time, Mi Xian had wasted his time and effort while Wu Hongqing reaped the benefits of Mi Xian's hard work. If everything had gone smoothly, it would have been fine. For this reason, Mi Xian felt it was unfair. Wu Hongqing would not have it easy either. For this reason, Mi Xian had put on a show in front of Wu Hongqing so Wu Hongqing could return to the title temple with peace of mind. After all, Duan Lingtian would definitely look for Mi Xian in the future. I'm curious how Wu Hongqing met Duan Lingtian and witnessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base as a divine emperor. Before Mi Xian entered the netherworld, he had been in a bad mood. Naturally, Feng Qingyang's words were not without Mi Xian's guidance. Mi Xian, you must have heard from Wu Hongqing that I've escaped from the Azura Hell, right? You attacked me in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, but Wu Hongqing hid in the dark. Moreover, you suffered a great loss. Are you really willing to accept this? Why don't you put on a show and lure Wu Hongqing back to the title temple's main temple? I've already sent a voice transmission to my disciple, Duan Lingtian, to remember to visit the title temple. I'm sure you don't have a close relationship with Wu Hongqing, right? You suffered a great loss at the hands of my disciple. Don't you want him to suffer a loss as well? You don't care about him, right? He's just a mere god king. I can kill him with just a finger. Even if he dies, it won't affect you at all. Just like that, Feng Qingyang conversed with Mi Xian. Every word he said struck a chord with Mi Xian. For this reason, Mi Xian was tempted. Then he put it into action. Moreover, the lies that Mi Xian had spouted upon meeting Wu Hongqing hadn't been taught to him by Feng Qingyang. Instead, he had been the one to write and direct it. Hearing his words, even Feng Qingyang couldn't help but sigh. Mi Xian really wasn't a good person. It was self-taught. Even he might not be able to weave such a perfect lie. On the other hand, Wu Hongqing, who was directly involved in this matter, did not know anything about it. All he wanted to do was to return and rebuild the main hall of the title temple. Everyone who was killed by Feng Qingyang in the title temple, Wu Hongqing will summon Mi Xian to deal with Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing quickly found a title temple's branch and returned to the title temple's main hall. Looking at the lifeless realm, Wu Hongqing's expression was gloomy, but soon it was replaced by a smile. Let bygones be bygones. Don't think about it. After all, that Feng Qingyang is already dead. There's no point in haggling over it. Next, I'll have to rebuild this place. However, it won't take much effort. Feng Qingyang only destroyed a few places when he killed those people. The damage to the main hall of the title temple was not as severe as the damage to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall, managed to rebuild the main hall of the title temple in less than half a month with the help of a dozen branch palaces. Meanwhile, Wu Hongqing did not remain idle. He began to select people from the various branch palaces to enter the main hall of the title temple. This time, he held a grand competition in the main hall of the title temple. The grand competition in the main hall was a gathering of powerhouses from the various branch palaces of the title temple. Since Feng Qingyang is gone, only the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, is still relatively strong. After the main hall competition ends, find a titled celestial emperor who's stronger than Meng Luo and bring him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to compete for the position of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The competition for the position of the heavenly emperor has nothing to do with me or the title temple. As long as Mi Xian doesn't find out I'm the one who arranged for this, it'll be fine. Moreover, if Meng Luo and the others are willing to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they can serve the new heavenly emperor. If they leave, they can't blame me for killing them. I'll make them pay for what happened to Feng Qingyang. I'll have to make arrangements for this. The more secretive, the better. With this thought in mind, Wu Hongqing began to come up with a plan. During the early stages of the Title Temple's main hall competition, many people participated in the Title Temple's branch palaces. As time passed, more and more people advanced to the next round while more and more people were eliminated. In just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this time, the various subhalls had also chosen their own representatives. They were personally led by the subhall masters to the main hall to participate in the last few tests of the main hall's competition. As long as one passed the first stage, one would be able to stay in the main hall and become a member of the main hall. The final stages would determine one's status in the main hall. I hope I'll be able to pass the first stage. If I can stay in the main hall, my status will skyrocket. Who would dare to look down on me when I return to the branch palaces in the future? Many people who had come to the main hall from the branch palaces said similar words. Their eyes were filled with hope and anticipation. The young people, in particular, were overjoyed. Among the group of young men and women who had just arrived in the main hall, there was a purple-clad young man who had a calm and indifferent expression on his face. The purple-clad young man was extraordinarily handsome and had an extraordinary aura. He attracted the attention of many young women and men in the surroundings. Some of them were looking at him with envy in their eyes. There was also a gaze that suddenly swept over him, carrying a strong sense of awe. This person was none other than Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of the Title Temple's branch palace. Zhuang Tianheng still could not forget what had happened some time ago. The purple-clad young man had appeared in front of him and suppressed him with just a lift of his hand. After all, he was one of the strongest among the godly beings. Even among the godly beings in the Title Temple, apart from Wu Hongqing and a few powerhouses in the main hall, no one was a match for him. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the branch palaces of the Title Temple. The branch palaces referred to the 81 branch palaces in the 81 Devata realms. Divine Emperor. After being suppressed by the purple-clad young man, Zhuang Tianheng discovered the purple-clad young man was a divine emperor, a powerhouse who was even stronger than godly kings. What shocked him the most was the purple-clad young man's identity. The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. Due to the fact that he was in closed-door cultivation, he did not attend the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. The person who won the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was not even 1,000 years old. In just a few decades, he had become a divine emperor? Bring me to Wu Hongqing, Duan Lingtian said indifferently through voice transmission as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng when he saw Zhuang Tianheng looking at him. Yes, my lord. Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly replied respectfully. At the same time, he bade farewell to one of the vice palace masters next to him and left with Duan Lingtian. Many people frowned when they saw Duan Lingtian leaving with Zhuang Tianheng. A young man said with a jealous expression on his face, "What's his relationship with Lord Palace Master? He hasn't appeared in public until recently. Said he's in closed-door cultivation. Don't tell me he's Lord Palace Master's illegitimate son? Keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? At this moment." Chapter 3907. Lord Temple Master, Zhuang Tianheng, the Vice Palace Master of Zhou Mingtian's Vice Palace, requests an audience. The main hall competition had yet to begin. Wu Hongqing, the Palace Master of the main hall, was resting in his residence with his eyes closed. He was watching the floating image pearl in his hand. The floating image pearl was showing the battle between god-kings from the realms of gods. This was the accumulation of the Tidal Temple's strength and foundation. The Tidal Temple had a long history in the Devata realms, and it even had a strong foundation in the realms of gods. Some people even said the Tidal Temple was related to the supreme powerhouses. Otherwise, how could it have such a high status in the Devata realms? How could the supreme powerhouses from the Devata realms not have any thoughts about the Tidal Temple? Naturally, there were also people who said the supreme powerhouses did not care about such things. In the eyes of the supreme powerhouses, the Tidal Temple was only an ant in the Devata realms. It was just like when a child grew up and saw another child occupying the hillside where he used to play house and be the king, just like how he did back then. How could he go and join him? The difference between them was too great. Therefore, the supreme powerhouses did not care about the Tidal Temple at all. Very few people could confirm which of the two statements was true. However, there was one thing they were certain of. In the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple would not provoke the forces that were related to the supreme powerhouses. For example, the Chelan clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Eastern Dark Celestial sect in the Tiger Hill Heaven, and the Hidden Wind sect in the Wave Trace Heaven. These forces in the Devata realms were related to the supreme powerhouses. Zhuang Tianheng? Wu Hongqing opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Didn't I say I won't see anyone before the main hall competition ends? What's wrong with Zhuang Tianheng? Wu Hongqing's voice was slightly dark. Lord Temple Master, he said he has something urgent to discuss with you. Wu Hongqing's frown deepened when he heard the voice. He said indifferently, "Tell him to wait for me in the front courtyard." Yes. The person nodded and left. Zhuang Tianheng. Wu Hongqing got off the bed with a gloomy face and walked out of the room. He still didn't look good. If it was not for the fact that Zhuang Tianheng was one of the strongest powerhouses in the many sub-palaces in the Devata realms and the fact that he planned to transfer Zhuang Tianheng back to the main palace as a vice-palace master, he would not have bothered with Zhuang Tianheng. Damn it! It's all because of that Feng Qingyang. If he didn't kill so many of my Tidal Temple's main hall's experts, I wouldn't have to compromise with a vice hall master. Wu Hongqing felt a burst of resentment in his heart. But when he thought about how Feng Qingyang was already dead, he felt that there was no need for him to argue with a dead person, and his expression gradually eased up. Soon, Wu Hongqing arrived at the front yard of his residence. His residence was located in the deepest part of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. It was a spacious residence. Even the front yard was huge. There was a man-made lake and a rockery beside the lake. There was a pavilion in front of the rockery. At this moment, Wu Hongqing saw Zhuang Tianheng standing outside the pavilion, looking in the direction he had appeared from. However, Wu Hongqing's expression quickly changed. He discovered that behind Zhuang Tianheng, within the pavilion, there was a purple figure. This was the figure of a young man. He stood there with his back facing Zhuang Tianheng and Zhuang Tianheng. He even felt that this figure was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Where exactly have I seen this figure before? Wu Hongqing frowned slightly. However, his expression did not improve at all. Zhuang Tianheng greets Lord Palace Master. Zhuang Tianheng smiled and cupped his fists at Wu Hongqing when he saw Wu Hongqing. However, he did not bow at all. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened when he saw Zhuang Tianheng. Since when did Zhuang Tianheng disrespect him so much? He did not even know how to bow at all. However, he was not concerned about Zhuang Tianheng. Instead, he was concerned about the purple figure standing behind Zhuang Tianheng. Did this person come with Zhuang Tianheng? Who was he? Why did he find this person familiar? Zhuang Tianheng, did you bring him here? Wu Hongqing glanced at the purple figure in the pavilion again before looking at Zhuang Tianheng. He asked in a deep voice as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. How could Zhuang Tianheng be so impudent? Not only was he rude in front of him, he even brought someone even more rude. Just as Zhuang Tianheng turned his head to look at the purple figure had already turned around and interrupted Zhuang Tianheng at the same time. Palace Master Wu, we meet again. The purple-clothed youth turned around and looked at Wu Hongqing with a smile on his face. His eyes flickered with playfulness. Wu Hongqing, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as soon as the young man turned around. When he heard the young man's words, he instinctively asked in astonishment, Duan Ling Tian? What? Palace Master Wu, we have not seen each other for a few decades. Do you not recognize me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile on his face. At this moment, Wu Hongqing finally regained his senses. He looked at Zhuang Tianheng with a bright smile on his face as he said, Palace Master Zhuang, I'm sorry for being narrow-minded earlier. I didn't expect you to be able to capture Duan Ling Tian for the title temple. This is a great contribution. When I go to the realms of gods in the future, I'll consider handing the title temple over to you. Wu Hongqing's heart was filled with joy when he regained his senses. Duan Ling Tian. This was a moving, peerless treasure. The 5 divine elements were in their higher forms, and they were all in his possession. Zhuang Tianheng was stunned when he heard Wu Hongqing's words. He looked at Wu Hongqing as though he was looking at an idiot. He had captured Duan Ling Tian? What a joke! After all, Duan Ling Tian was a divine emperor who could kill him with just a finger. Palace Master Wu. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward. At the same time, the divine energy in his body that he had been accumulating for a long time surged out. The spatial windstorm shook in the air before it transformed into an invisible energy that landed on Wu Hongqing's body. In an instant, a soft sound was heard. Wu Hongqing suddenly knelt on the ground. His knees heavily smashed into the ground, causing the ground to split apart. Wu Hongqing struggled to lift his head. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had seen a ghost. The joy on his face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by a look of disbelief. Was this really Duan Ling Tian? Was this a joke? Was he dreaming? However, the intense pain in his feet and the pressure on his body made Wu Hongqing realize he was not dreaming. He tried his best to circulate the divine energy in his body, but it did not budge at all. That formless power was like a seal, sealing away all of his power. In fact, even comprehending the power of laws was extremely strenuous for him. I, Wu Hongqing, am a divine king expert. Even if Feng Qingyang has broken through and become a superior divine king, he can't possibly do this to me. Moreover, this divine energy is obviously not a divine king's. Suddenly, in Wu Hongqing's mind, a thought that almost scared him to death suddenly appeared. Could Duan Ling Tian have broken through and become a divine emperor? How could this be? Wu Hongqing's current state of mind was similar to Mi Xian's from a year ago. They both found it impossible. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Palace Master Wu, if I was captured by Palace Master Zhuang, what would you do? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a playful smile as he looked at Wu Hongqing, who knelt on the ground, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. Decades ago, Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian had forced him into a corner. If not for the help of the 5 divine elements, he would have died at their hands. His hatred for Wu Hongqing was no less than Mi Xian's. Duan Ling Tian, you're a divine emperor now? Even now, Wu Hongqing still found it hard to believe that the kid from decades ago, who hadn't even attained godhood, had become a divine emperor in the blink of an eye. Decades had passed in the blink of an eye. How could this be? Can't you feel it, Palace Master Wu? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. How is this possible? Wu Hongqing's eyes were blank and dazed. There are many impossible things in this world. Duan Ling Tian said coolly. Palace Master Wu, you and Mi Xian teamed up and almost killed me back then. You even tried to steal my belongings. I'm sure you didn't expect this day to come. Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. Then, as if recalling something, he subconsciously glanced at Zhuang Tianheng. However, as soon as Zhuang Tianheng raised an eyebrow, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand. A wave of soul vibration energy swept out along with a spatial storm before it shattered Wu Hongqing's soul. Wu Hongqing was dead. However, his corpse was intact and he died with his eyes wide open. Was he transmitting his voice to you? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. Yes. Zhuang Tianheng replied. Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly replied. He called out my name through voice transmission as if he wanted to tell me something. However, just as he called out my name, he was killed by you, Lord Ling Tian. Zhuang Tianheng's tone was filled with reverence when he addressed Duan Ling Tian as Lord Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhuang Tianheng deeply. After confirming that Wu Hongqing did not have time to tell Zhuang Tianheng that he possessed the 5 divine elements, he turned his attention back to Wu Hongqing's corpse. Then, in a flash, he entered Wu Hongqing's body. Following that, Wu Hongqing stood up. However, Wu Hongqing's aura was completely different from before. He seemed unfathomable. Lord Ling Tian? Zhuang Tianheng's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Did Lord Ling Tian possess Zhuang Tianheng's body? However, where was Lord Ling Tian's body? Duan Ling Tian seemed to have seen through Zhuang Tianheng's confusion. He said indifferently, I'm just a law clone now. You don't have to be so surprised. A law clone? Zhuang Tianheng's face paled. Just a law avatar was already powerful to such an extent. Chapter 3908. Zhuang Tianheng did not expect the Duan Ling Tian in front of him was only a law clone. Now that he had seen Duan Ling Tian's law clone enter Wu Hongqing's body and take control of his body and heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he finally realized what had happened. For this reason, Zhuang Tianheng's respect for Duan Ling Tian deepened. After all, Duan Ling Tian could take his life in the blink of an eye. In his eyes, Wu Hongqing, the main hall master of the title temple and a god king, was a high and mighty figure. However, even he was powerless in front of Duan Ling Tian, let alone Zhuang Tianheng. You better be prepared. I'll appear as Wu Hongqing on the day of the main hall's grand competition and appoint you as the new hall master of the main hall. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. Zhuang Tianheng's face flushed slightly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, he seemed to recall something and said worriedly, My lord, it's not a problem for you to appoint me as Wu Hongqing's successor. However, I'm afraid some people won't accept it. There are a few people who are stronger than me in the main hall. When Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang came, they weren't around. While most of the branch hall masters were still in the dark, Zhuang Tianheng had already found out the reason behind the destruction of the title temple's main hall. He also knew that many people had died during that incident. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall, decided to hold the grand competition. Don't worry, I'll deal with them. Don't worry, Duan Ling Tian said. Zhuang Tianheng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left. As for Duan Ling Tian, he returned to Wu Hongqing's residence under the guise of Wu Hongqing. Previously, he had already confirmed Wu Hongqing's residence with his divine consciousness. As the hall master of the main hall, Wu Hongqing's spatial ring is actually a self-destructing spatial ring. What a pity. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian thought of Wu Hongqing's storage ring that had been reduced to powder after his death, and a wave of regret welled up in his heart. Even though he wasn't interested in the things in Wu Hongqing's spatial ring. However, it did not mean that it was useless to his family. Forget it. If there's anything I need, I'll just ask Zhuang Tianheng to help me look for it after he becomes the hall master of the main hall. In the next 300 years, the title temple will belong to me, Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt relieved. When Zhuang Tianheng returned, the group of people he brought with him couldn't help but look at him. When some of the youngsters only saw Zhuang Tianheng and didn't see Duan Ling Tian, they couldn't help but frown and start whispering amongst themselves. Li Feng has already been accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master. Hearing their whispers, Zhuang Tianheng swept a glance at them and said unhurriedly, Don't worry. Li Feng was Duan Ling Tian's identity in Zhou Mingtian's branch of the title temple. He was still using his old alias. His surname was taken from his mother, Li Ro, and his name was taken from his father, Duan Ruffing. What? Li Feng has been accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master? How is he worthy? As soon as Zhuang Tianheng finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the people in Zhou Mingtian's branch of the title temple. This was especially true for the youngsters. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. The people from the other branches of the Title Temple arrived one after another. The people in the main hall had also arranged accommodations for them. Apart from Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhoumingtian's branch of the Title Temple, no one knew that the hall master of the main hall had died. Days passed one after another. Two of them were middle-aged men, and the last one was a young man. "Lord Hall Master, this isn't appropriate," one of the middle-aged men said hesitantly. Under normal circumstances, he should not refute the Hall Master's words in front of so many people. However, he had no choice but to say it now. Zhuang Tianheng was just a newly ascended higher deity. Who did he think he was? How could he be fit to be the main Hall Master and stand above them? "Lord Hall Master, I think it's more appropriate for Elder Chu to take over the position of Hall Master," the other middle-aged man chimed in. As for the young man, although he did not say anything, based on his expression and gaze, it was clear he did not agree with Duan Lingtian's words. "What? Do you have an opinion as well?" Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he glanced at the two higher deities before he shifted his gaze to the young man. His tone was calm and emotionless. "Lord Hall Master." The young man who had not spoken earlier quickly replied to Duan Lingtian's question. "Guardians, your opinion is similar to mine. Zhuang Tianheng is only a newly promoted higher deity. In terms of strength, he's not even comparable to the three of us, let alone Elder Chu. In terms of status, he's only a hall master of a sub-hall. Elder Chu is the first vice hall master of the main hall. The young man was also one of the vice hall masters of the main hall. At the same time, the people from the other sub-halls held their breaths as they looked at the hall master of the main hall and the three high-ranking officials of the main hall. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence. "If anyone wishes to change my mind, they must first have the strength to make me change my mind." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the three higher deities' expressions changed. At this moment, they even felt that the hall master in front of them had become extremely unfamiliar. Their Lord Hall Master should not be this kind of person. If their Lord Hall Master was this kind of person, even if they were dissatisfied, they would not have spoken out earlier. Boom! A loud explosion came from high up in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a gigantic palm print that seemed to be void came crashing down like a black cloud. It blotted out the sky and the sun and enveloped the three higher deities. The three higher deities, the two guardians and one vice hall master of the main hall of the Title Temple, found themselves locked down by a powerful and invisible force. They could not even mobilize the divine energy in their bodies. In the next instant, before they could even react, the palm imprint in the sky had already come crashing down with a loud bang. Bang! With a loud bang, the void of the plane shattered, and a huge black hole appeared. It took a while before it gradually closed. Meanwhile, the three higher deity-level upper echelons of the main hall were reduced to nothingness in an instant. It was as if it had been vaporized. Just like that, three higher deities perished. Even though the group of people present regained their senses one after another, no one dared to make a sound. When they looked at the godlike man standing in the void again, their eyes were no longer filled with reverence, but also with fear. Why was the temple master of the main temple so violent and bloodthirsty? All they did was express a different opinion, and the three higher-ups of the Prime Palace, all of whom seemed to be gods, were all killed by him? Furthermore, how could he be so powerful? Killing the three gods was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Lord Hall Master. Those branch hall masters who had been in contact with the main hall master Wu Hongqing in the past could not help but frown. They felt that the hall master in front of them had become a little unfamiliar. Their impression of the hall master should not be such a person. Hall master. Just as the various branch hall leaders present were feeling puzzled and the others were feeling frightened, an old and cold voice was already being emitted from the distance. In the blink of an eye, an elderly figure, Feng Su, appeared not far away from Duan Lingtian. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a slightly unpleasant expression. "What? Elder Chu, do you have a problem with that?" Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in front of him calmly and asked in an indifferent tone. Chapter 3909. Hall Master, don't you think you've gone too far? The old man glared at Duan Lingtian as he said with a dark expression. The three of them have served the title temple for many years. Even if you've disrespected them, you shouldn't have killed them. Moreover, do you think it's appropriate for a sub-hall master to become the main hall master? The old man asked in a deep voice. Elder Chu, do you have something to say about this? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the old man. Although his tone was still indifferent, his gaze revealed coldness. Humph! The old man harumphed coldly. What? Wu Hongqing, are you planning to make a move on me? As his voice fell, a powerful aura swept out from the old man's body. In the blink of an eye, it caused the hearts of everyone present to palpitate, especially those of the younger generation with weaker cultivations. They were pressured by this aura to the point that their faces turned pale and they were unable to breathe. Elder Chu has broken through to the God King realm? Many of the sub-hall masters were shocked. Even Zhuang Tianheng, the sub-hall master of Zhoumingtian's sub-hall master Zhuang Tianheng, was shocked. That old man has broken through to the God King realm? With his attainments in the laws of profundity, even Wu Hongqing might not be able to kill him now that he has broken through to the God King realm. His attainments in the laws of profundity are even higher than Wu Hongqing's. Chu Hui, the vice palace master of the title temple, was the person with the highest seniority in the title temple. In terms of seniority, he was Wu Hongqing's junior grand uncle. Chu Hui's innate talent was ordinary, but his comprehension of the laws of profundities was outstanding. When he was a lesser god, he was said to be invincible below the higher god realm in the title temple. Not even an intermediate deity was a match for him. As soon as he became a higher god, he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the God King realm in the title temple. Now that he had broken through to the God King realm, even if he was only a lesser God King, he would be able to fight against an intermediate God King. Moreover, in Chu Hui's opinion, Wu Hongqing might not have been an intermediate God King in the past. Of course, even if Wu Hongqing was an intermediate God King, it was almost impossible for him to kill Chu Hui, who had broken through to the God King realm. Elder Chu has broken through. Elder Chu has broken through to the Divine King realm. Even if he's only a lower Divine King, I'm afraid he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a medium Divine King. Elder Chu is an expert in the law of destruction. Not only that, but his attainments in the law of destruction are unrivaled in the title temple. The hall masters of the various title temples sighed. There were even some people who whispered, I'm afraid that even the palace master might not be able to defeat Elder Chu. I wonder how the hall master will appear today. Will the hall master fight with Elder Chu? Of course, although these people were whispering, they also knew what could be said and what could not be said. If they felt that the hall master of the main hall was behaving inappropriately, they would not dare to say it out loud. They could only communicate with him telepathically. There were even people who hoped that Chu Hui would be able to defeat Wu Hongqing and take over the title temple as the new hall master of the title temple. Wu Hongqing's actions earlier had made them feel very uncomfortable. In fact, they did not feel safe at all. None of them wished for a tyrant to control their fates above them. This was not a good feeling at all. I didn't expect Elder Chu to have broken through to the God King realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in front of him and smiled faintly. Elder Chu, is this why you're so confident? Chu Hui glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Wu Hongqing, do you really think you're capable of killing me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm afraid you're not capable of killing me. Chu Hui sneered. Is that so? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face remained unchanged. However, in just a blink of an eye, the smile on his face disappeared. A hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes as he shouted, Vice Palace Master Chu Hui of the main palace has offended his superior. Not only did he disrespect the palace master, but he even tried to attack the palace master. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it downward. The entire process was done in a casual manner, deliberately mystifying things. Chu Hui released his divine energy. The tyrannical god king's divine energy merged with his law of destruction and erupted with a terrifying aura of destruction. Many of the expressions of the younger generation from the sub-halls changed drastically as they bled from their 7 orifices. Fortunately, the sub-hall master had acted in time so no one died. Otherwise, many of the younger generation would have perished just like that. Is this the aura of a god king? A god king is actually so powerful. Although I'm a demigod, I can't even muster the will to resist in front of this aura. As expected of a god king who's above the gods. He's too terrifying. At this moment, the sub-hall masters were looking at Chu Hui with reverence in their eyes. However, this reverence did not last long. This was because in the next instant, a faintly discernible giant palm suddenly appeared above Chu Hui's head and slammed down on him. However, Chu Hui did not seem to notice it at all. Bang! A loud sound rang in the air as the giant palm slammed down on Chu Hui, sending him crashing into the ground. At the same time, a bottomless palm print appeared on the ground. At the same time, a cloud of dust rose into the air. When the dust settled, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a bottomless abyss that was shaped like a palm print. The sub-hall master's strength is actually so powerful? Vice Hall Master Chu has broken through to the God King realm. Even if he's only a lesser God King with his attainments in the law of destruction, he should be able to fight against an intermediate God King. However, he's completely powerless in front of the sub-hall master? Did Vice Hall Master Chu get careless? Did Vice Hall Master Chu die? The people from the sub-halls of the Tidal Temple were dumbfounded as they stared at the bottomless abyss in front of them. However, the sub-hall masters were communicating through voice transmissions. They could hear the fear in each other's voices. Although they knew that the main hall master, Wu Hongqing, was extremely powerful, they did not expect him to be this powerful. A person who could fight against an intermediate God King was actually sent crashing into the ground with a single slap. No one knew if Chu Hui was dead or alive. Throughout the entire process, Chu Hui did not even have the strength to resist. "Come out. I haven't killed him yet." Duan Lingtian spoke at this time. At the same time, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Based on what the main hall master said, if he had killed Chu Hui earlier, Vice Hall Master Chu would have died. Bang! A loud sound rang from the bottom of the abyss. Following that, a figure shot up to the sky at lightning speed. However, he was in a wretched state. His robes were tattered, and his face was covered in dust. After Chu Hui came out, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "You're not Wu Hongqing." "I'm not Wu Hongqing." Duan Lingtian laughed. "What's wrong? Vice Hall Master Chu, are you saying that I'm not Wu Hongqing because you don't think that you're a match for me? You need someone to believe what you're saying." Duan Lingtian continued to laugh. "Wu Hongqing isn't as strong as you are." Chu Hui's eyes turned cold as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Did you possess Wu Hongqing? You think you're stronger than Wu Hongqing just because you possess him?" Duan Lingtian continued to laugh. "Do you really think that you'll possess the same cultivation base and strength as before you possess him?" Upon hearing the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Chu Hui, the palace masters of the various palace halls present on the scene shook their heads one after another. "Vice Palace Master Chu, it seems like you find it difficult to accept this fact." "That's right. Based on what Vice Hall Master Chu said, it's obvious that he doesn't need to fear Hall Master Chu anymore, since he has broken through to the God King realm. However, he didn't expect Hall Master Chu to be stronger than him." Although these branch palace masters were whispering, Chu Hui could still hear them clearly. He was so angry that his expression was especially ugly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Who the hell are you?" This time, Chu Hui asked Duan Lingtian telepathically. You don't need to know. Duan Lingtian replied telepathically. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian waved his hand again and killed Chu Hui in front of everyone. The reason why Duan Lingtian didn't kill Chu Hui earlier and only killed him now was because he didn't want to kill Chu Hui too early. To the people present, this would serve as a greater deterrent. As expected, after Duan Lingtian killed Chu Hui, the whole place fell silent. Now, does anyone still have any objections to my decision? After killing 3 higher deities and a lesser deity king, Duan Lingtian looked around and asked in an indifferent tone. No one said anything. Even if some people were still dissatisfied, they didn't dare to refute, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the previous 4. Those 4 were all top-notch existences in the main hall. Yet, they were all killed by this main hall master just because of a few words. They didn't think that the other party would show them any mercy. It seems like no one has any objections. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, Zhuang Tianheng will be the host of the main hall tournament. From today onwards, Zhuang Tianheng will be the main hall master. As for me, I will start cultivating in seclusion. At this point, he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. If anyone tries to make things difficult for you or goes against you, you can wake me up and let me come out of seclusion if you can't deal with it yourself. I will help you deal with it. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his tone was extremely cold. At the same time, he glanced at the various branch hall masters and some of the higher-ups in the main hall, making them completely forget about making things difficult for Zhuang Tianheng, the new hall master, in the future. Zhuang Tianheng understands. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hall Master. At this moment, Zhuang Tianheng stood up and thanked Duan Lingtian as he accepted the order. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Then, with a sway of his body, he disappeared. As for the main hall tournament, he was not interested in watching it at all. Currently, he was in a hurry to make a trip to the Title Temple's main hall's treasure vault to retrieve some items that would be helpful to his family. Chapter 39:10. Duan Lingtian had come to the Title Temple to kill Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the main hall, and secretly take control of the Title Temple. One of the reasons was due to his master, Feng Qingyang. Another reason was that he felt there were only benefits to be had. As the strongest force in the Devata realms, the Title Temple had a terrifying amount of resources. Although Duan Lingtian had become a divine emperor, he did not dare to claim he had the same influence as the Title Temple in the Devata realms. After all, it took time to accumulate a foundation. It was not enough to rely on one's strength alone. It's better if I don't show myself so they won't feel sad. I'll just disguise myself as someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and deliver the items to them. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he thought about his family. Although he felt it was a pity that he could not reunite with his family, he did not regret coming back. After all, he had already met all of his family members. It was just that his family members did not know he had returned. If her family knew that she was back, they would enjoy a moment of joy and then have to go through separation. After all, he had only returned with his clone. Duan Lingtian no longer paid attention to the grand competition of the main hall. He was confident Zhuang Tianheng, the new palace master of the main hall of the Title Temple, would be able to take care of the situation. What happened next was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Duan Lingtian had controlled Wu Hongqing's body to kill 3 higher gods and a primitive god king during the grand competition in the main hall. His actions had shocked everyone in the Title Temple's main hall and its sub-palaces. Although many people thought Duan Lingtian was a bloodthirsty person, they did not dare to offend him. However, none of them dared to say anything. After all, Duan Lingtian was not only the palace master of the main hall of the Title Temple, but he was also the strongest person in the Title Temple. Even if he was no longer a palace master, he would still be like the retired emperor. Only a fool would dare to offend such a person. Currently, Many of the vice palace masters were planning to complain to their seniors in the title temple about Wu Hongqing's atrocities when the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods was reopened 300 years later. They wanted to ask the seniors in the title temple to punish Wu Hongqing. Until then, all of them planned to be obedient. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all these things. Even if he knew, he would not care. What happened to Wu Hongqing? He was not Wu Hongqing. Even if the title temple in the realms of the realm of the realms of gods, the title temple would not be blamed. Therefore, if he exposed, he would be in the palace's hall. Duan blamed betrayals, blamed the temple of gods would. There was the heavens realm of the gods. Blame to sect. S's. The of gods. At that time, Zhuang Tianheng would be the best candidate to take over the title temple. Those who were qualified or suitable to take over the title temple would have been killed by Wu Hongqing. To be more precise, they were killed by Duan Lingtian, who had impersonated Wu Hongqing. After the main palace's grand competition had ended, Duan Lingtian managed to obtain many cultivation resources with Zhuang Tianheng's help. All of them were cultivation resources that were beneficial to his family. Although Zhuang Tianheng was puzzled why Duan Lingtian wanted these cultivation resources that were useless to him, he did not ask any questions. Instead, he agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. I won't interfere with the title temple's matters. At most, I'll ask you for some cultivation resources so you can do whatever you want. Therefore, there's no need for you to feel pressured as the palace master of the main hall of the title temple. After 300 years, even if the title temple sends powerhouses from the realms of gods, they'll only punish Wu Hongqing. They won't make things difficult for you. At that time, they will discover that Wu Hongqing has died. Before that happens, I'll publicly announce that I've entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I'll also announce that I know some of Feng Qingyang's secrets. Duan Lingtian had already thought of many things and made arrangements for Zhuang Tianheng. Zhuang Tianheng's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was worried he would become Duan Lingtian's puppet. Based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian did not intend to fully control him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had even prepared a backup plan for him. Lord Lingtian, if you have any requests in the future, I'll do my best to fulfill them. Zhuang Tianheng said confidently. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since he had obtained the cultivation resources, he did not linger in the main hall of the Devata realm. After he left, he went to the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian's family was. Then he donned a long black robe. His aura from the law of life was circulating around his body, making him look like a powerhouse who specialized in the law of life. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian arrived at his family's residence, he did not look for Li Fei and Huaner since they were too familiar with him. Even if he disguised himself, they would still recognize him. You're the young palace master's parents? Duan Ruffing and Li Ro? Duan Lingtian appeared in the small valley where Duan Ruffing and Li Ro lived. At this moment, Duan Ruffing and Li Ro were drinking tea and playing chess in the courtyard. They were playing the Chinese chess that Duan Lingtian had taught them. Duan Ruffing and Li Ro did not notice the black-clad man who had suddenly appeared. They only regained their senses when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice, and their expressions changed drastically. Before they could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian had already casually tossed the spatial ring that he had prepared in advance onto the chessboard on the table in front of Duan Rufeng and his wife. The young palace master gave me the items in this ring before he left. He asked me to give them to you at this time. Now that my mission is complete, I'll take my leave. Duan Lingtian pretended to have a hoarse voice. There was no trace of his original voice at all. Moreover, as soon as he finished speaking, he floated away. When he left, the life aura swept through the small valley. At once, the flowers and trees in the small valley began to grow madly. They only stopped growing strangely when the life aura disappeared. At this moment, Duan Ruffing and Huaner finally regained their senses. They looked at the spatial ring in front of them and the flowers, plants, and trees that were growing wildly in the small valley. When they looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. After a while, Duan Ruffing claimed ownership of the spatial ring. He looked inside and sighed. Tian, you've done a great job. I feel like I'm useless as a father. Brother Feng, everyone has their own destiny. Tian is our son, and we should all be happy for him to have such a destiny. Li Ro smiled and said, moreover, Tian won't think we're useless. Of course, I know that. I'm just a little emotional. Duan Ruffing shook his head. Although Duan Ruffing and Huan were shocked by the sudden appearance and disappearance of the black-clad man, they were relieved when they figured out the black-clad man was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The fact that Tian arranged for these cultivation resources to be delivered at this time shows how much he trusts the black-clad man. However, I've never seen this black-clad man in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Li Ro speculated. Perhaps he's hiding in the dark. Perhaps he's protecting us from the dark. Duan Ruffing said. Unbeknownst to the duo, their conversation had been overheard by the black-clad man who was hiding in the dark. After a long while, the black-clad man finally left. I have to make the best use of my time to improve my strength. If I encounter any bottlenecks, I'll have to enter the Emperor Battle Realm to train. It'll be beneficial to my cultivation and comprehension of profundities. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he left the mundane realm and made his way to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, his true body was cultivating in the Tianlong clan's residence in the Tungleng province in the Mystic Handle land in the realms of gods. At the same time, he was refining supreme divine pills. He had also refined and delivered the divine pills he had promised Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. Apart from cultivating, he spent his time comprehending the law of space. There was no time in cultivating. Similarly, there was no time in comprehending the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Master hasn't returned yet? In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had just returned from the mundane realm. He could not help but frown when he learned that his master, Feng Qingyang, had not returned yet. It's been 10 years. Master still hasn't gotten rid of Mi Xian? If it were not for Feng Qingyang's soul orb, Duan Lingtian would have charged into the netherworld to seek revenge for his master. During these 10 years, he had spent most of his time in the mundane realm, protecting his family with his clone. Although it was unlikely that his family would be in danger in the mundane realm, he felt more at ease. During these 10 years, Duan Lingtian would often return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to see if his master, Feng Qingyang, had returned. 10 years had passed, but his master had yet to return. Now that I've reached a bottleneck in my comprehension of the law of space, it's time for me to enter the divine royal battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm again. However, for safety's sake, I'll have to form a clone using the law of space in the realms of gods. Otherwise, if I encounter the Earth Nether Elder of the Supreme Sect and fail to kill him even after using all my trump cards, it'll be a disaster for me if he finds out about my trump card. My clone using the law of space will be a great help to me. While Duan Lingtian was deep in thought, Duan Lingtian's main body in the realms of gods finally woke up from his cultivation and began to form his clone using the law of space. At the same time, his clone using the law of space in the Devata realm began to dissipate as well. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had already made all the necessary arrangements before the law clone was destroyed, so there was no need for him to worry about the consequences. Moreover, if he wanted to, he would be able to find a second divine void-piercing shuttle and send his clone back to the Devata realm. I hope my master has returned safely by then. Duan Lingtian sighed. His mind wandered for a while before he finally calmed down and formed a new clone from the law of space. After leaving Shui Haichuan's residence, Duan Lingtian flew towards the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor Battle Plain was located. From the beginning to the end, he did not tell Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian about this. In his opinion, if he told the two of them rashly, perhaps the one of them who was free would follow him in. If that happened, his planned training would definitely be affected. My current cultivation has reached a bottleneck. This bottleneck is no longer a problem of the accumulation of divine power, but a problem of the flow of divine power. After I entered the godly emperor realm, I rarely fought with others. If I want to increase the flow of divine power, fighting with others is the best choice. If it's a life and death battle, the effect will be even better. And my laws of space, the bottleneck I've encountered recently is rather large. Even the divinity of the sovereigns no longer appears in my dreams to guide me. Although Duan Lingtian was anxious about his current situation, he also knew that it was useless to be anxious. He had to overcome it one by one. The problem of the flow of divine power could definitely be solved in the Emperor Battle Plane's Godly Emperor battlefield. As for the laws of space, perhaps he could solve it in the Godly Emperor battlefield as well. If he couldn't solve it, it wouldn't be too late to think of other methods. He could completely enter the Middle Godly Emperor realm first before considering a breakthrough in the laws of space. The laws of space I've comprehended are already faintly stronger than the laws that Brother Haichuan, Brother Yanian, and some of the weaker elders of the Black Dragons are proficient in. It's enough for now. The most important thing right now is to make a breakthrough in my cultivation. To Duan Lingtian, making a breakthrough in his cultivation required no delay. Sometimes, he even wondered if the bottleneck in the laws of space had something to do with his stagnant cultivation base. This was because he had read all kinds of books in the Mystic Handle Land in the realms of gods. Whether it was in the history of Tungling Province or the various regions outside of Tungling Province, there had never been anyone who comprehended the laws of space as powerful as he did when he was just a lower-stage godly emperor. Up ahead is the cultivation ground of the Emperor Battle Clan. Over the years, the number of people here has been increasing, but many people have perished in the Emperor Battle Realm. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes was a hilly area made up of small valleys. There were many people hovering in the air above them. Some were sparring, some were chatting, and some were having fun. Some were playing games unique to Tungling Province. Some were even betting with divine crystals. These people who joined the Tianlong clan for the Emperor Battle Realm are pretty optimistic. However, since they decided to enter the Emperor Battle Realm, it means they have already accepted death. It's normal for them to be so calm. If one wanted to reach the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm, one would have to cross this area. In the past, when Duan Lingtian, Shui Haichuan, and Dongfang Yanian came here together, they had also passed by this area. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian heard a light noise coming from afar. Moreover, the noise was getting closer and closer. He raised his head and looked over. He saw a young man and a middle-aged man fighting fiercely, and they had attracted quite a few people's attention. This was also the only sparring match between middle-level divine emperors in the cultivation grounds of the Emperor War Sect. Bang! 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 When Duan Lingtian heard the noise, he saw the two figures moving closer and further away. However, they were still moving in his direction. Chapter 39:12. When Duan Lingtian and the others in the surroundings saw one of the people in the battle flying toward them due to the remnant force of the battle, all of them instinctively dodged. Of course, they did not move too far away. Even Duan Lingtian did the same. I'm afraid that the strength of these two people is even stronger than an ordinary inner sect elder. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man who was not far away. Not far away. The cold-faced middle-aged man stared at the similarly cold-faced young man and shouted in a deep voice, "Again!" Okay. Hearing this, the young man with a cold face shook his body. He seemed to have turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the middle-aged man. After a while, he was not far away from the middle-aged man. At this time, the middle-aged man also moved. Boom! A powerful divine power swept out from the middle-aged man. It was infused with the profound meaning of the law. It spread out like a tornado and wreaked havoc in all directions. Those with weaker cultivations who were closer were blown away by this gust of wind. Those with higher cultivation bases also took a few steps back. Only a few divine emperors like Duan Lingtian were not affected. However, the middle-aged man's next move and the young man's next move stunned the divine emperors, including Duan Lingtian. Bang! Bang! Along with two earth-shattering explosions. Whether it was the middle-aged man or the young man, both of them turned around and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. They did not use any divine weapons in the fight. At this moment, one of them took out an upper-grade divine saber and the other took out an upper-grade divine sword and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Their gazes were firm and they did not hesitate in the slightest from beginning to end. Their movements were as smooth as flowing water, as if they had rehearsed this scene many times. They want to kill me. Duan Lingtian was the first to regain his senses. He felt goosebumps on his scalp as he tried to use the teleportation profundity to escape. However, he discovered the middle-aged man was skilled in the law of space as well. He had disrupted the space around him, making it impossible for him to use the teleportation profundity. I'm afraid these two fellows have long planned this. They are here to kill me. At this moment, if Duan Lingtian still did not realize this, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. These two middle-level god emperors had entered the Tianlong clan on the same day. Now, they were trying to kill him in the Tianlong clan. It was obvious that they were prepared to die. Last time, when they glanced at me, I thought it was because they were looking at Brother Yannian and me. After all, Brother Yannian was the one who personally brought that young man to the Emperor Battle Sex cultivation ground. Now it seems that they were looking at me. Right now, Duan Lingtian couldn't teleport. Even if he had 99 heavenly veins, it would be too late to use his divine power to dodge. Moreover, his opponent's attack could still change direction. It happened so suddenly that even the Black Dragon Elder and the Golden Dragon Elder needed time to react. I won't wait for them. I'll take care of those who want to kill me myself. Duan Lingtian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Although his cultivation hadn't improved much in the past 10 years, his comprehension of the law of space had improved. Now, he could even more perfectly manifest the law of space. If a god emperor didn't show up, no one would be able to tell. And the Tianlong clan clearly didn't have a god emperor. What's going on? Heavens! Are they trying to kill him? They're trying to kill him? At the same time, the few low-level god emperors nearby showed no intention of helping Duan Lingtian. These two people are going all out to kill Duan Lingtian. How much hatred do they have? At this moment, not only the onlookers, but even the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder thought that Duan Lingtian was going to die. Little guy, the only thing I can do for you is to kill them and avenge you. The Golden Dragon Elder, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe, appeared in the void. He looked down and sighed softly. Behind him, a black-clothed middle-aged man with a black dragon token hanging from his waist appeared at the right time and sighed at almost the same time. If it was a god emperor, then he would be even more powerful. Above the God Emperor realm, there is the God Venerable, and above the God Venerable realm, there is the Supreme Powerhouse. God Emperor, God Venerable, that's not my goal. Only the Supreme Powerhouse is the goal that I, Duan Lingtian, pursue in my life. The look in Duan Lingtian's eyes became firmer. Even if they faced each other head-on, it would take some time and effort. But this time, two mid-level divine emperors, who were no weaker than the inner sect elders of the Supreme Sect, joined forces to attack Duan Lingtian. They pretended to be exchanging pointers and attacked Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack. Duan Lingtian was not prepared at all. In this situation, even he could not guarantee that he could stop the two's attack in time. Even if he could, he would be injured. And Duan Lingtian? The first sneak attack by the two was forcefully stopped. It was not until the second time that Duan Lingtian was injured, and it was only a light injury. At that time, he knew that although Duan Lingtian had not broken through to become a mid-level divine emperor, he was stronger than most of the inner sect elders. Perhaps he was almost on par with the White Dragon Elder. Little Tian, I did not expect you to be so strong now. Dongfang Yannian could not help but sigh. When you break through to become a mid-level divine emperor, you will have the advantage of divine power. Even we might not be your match. Now, Dongfang Yannian was still confident that he could defeat Duan Lingtian. But when Duan Lingtian became a mid-level divine emperor, he did not have the slightest confidence. He even felt that it would be good if he did not lose too badly. It's only been 10 years. Dongfang Yannian was still sighing. In these 10 years, it seems that your spatial laws have improved a lot. It's all right. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Duan Lingtian, Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian and Ouyang Shuili stood there and chatted. More and more people came to watch. In the end, even Ding Yen came. As for Ho Qingning, because he had not come out of the Emperor battle plane, he naturally could not come at this time. Duan Lingtian, are you all right? When Ding Yen arrived, Duan Lingtian saw that even the daughter of Reverend Sikong Yu, had come. Furthermore, when she looked at him, there was a faint trace of worry in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. It seemed that this woman had not given up yet. However, although Duan Lingtian inadvertently saw this, he pretended not to see it. Ignoring Sikong Yu's somewhat disappointed and dejected gaze, he turned his attention back to Ding Yen. He squeezed out a smile and said, I'm fine. What? You haven't entered the Emperor battle plane recently? Asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. I'm planning to enter after some time, said Ding Yen. At the same time, he greeted Shui Haichuan and the other two. Because they knew Ding Yen was Duan Lingtian's good friend, Shui Haichuan and the other two were very polite to him. They did not treat him as an ordinary inner sect disciple at all. At this moment, when the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian and the others gathered in the distance, they could not help but whisper among themselves. He hated the person who had sent the men of sacrifice, and he looked as if he could not wait to find the person behind the scenes and kill him. Before Xue Mingji returned to his own cultivation grounds, everything was calm and tranquil. Even if someone greeted him on the road, he would respond with a smiling face, without the slightest hint of abnormality. When he returned to his place of practice, he threw away the formation plate and set up an isolation array. Then his face became completely gloomy and ugly. Damn it! They actually failed. Those two men of sacrifice are simply useless. I've spent almost half of my life savings, but they couldn't even kill a low-level divine emperor. Damn it! At this time, Xue Mingji was no longer as calm as before. He looked as if he had gone mad and was extremely angry. It was not until about 15 minutes later that he calmed down a little. However, his eyes were still bloodshot, his face was pale, and his body was still trembling slightly. Little girl. Xue Mingji sent a message to his daughter, asking her to come over. At the same time, he reminded her, don't bring Zhong Can with you. Come over alone. Father, I heard they failed? A message came from the other side. I'll come over alone now. Before long, a beautiful figure arrived. It was Xue Mingji's daughter. Little girl, based on what you said earlier, it's obvious you know the two men of sacrifice have failed. From now on, don't tell anyone about this matter, including Zhong Can. This time, whether it's the clan leader or the Golden Dragon Elder, who I've been able to contact for the time being, they're furious about this matter. They're even determined to find the person behind the scenes for the time being. You should know how serious this matter is. If they find out that I'm responsible for this matter, even if I'm the vice clan leader of the Tianlong clan, I won't be able to escape death. I'm not afraid of death. After all, I've lived for tens of thousands of years. What I can't let go of the most is you. Shui Mingji sighed. Father, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't tell anyone about this matter. Good. Then I'm relieved. Father, what should we do next? They won't find out about you, right? Don't worry. I'll do my best. However, you must be mentally prepared. I plan to blame the Myriad Demon Sect for this. The Myriad Demon Sect? Yes. The Myriad Demon Sect has a grudge with the Duan Lingtian. Kuang Tianjing even risked his life to kill Duan Lingtian. It's reasonable to say that the Myriad Demon Sect paid a huge price to hire 2 men of sacrifice. However, I'm afraid not many people would believe that the Myriad Demon Sect paid the price for the 2 elders of the White Dragon Sect. The Myriad Demon Sect, as a godly emperor sect with a decent foundation, is capable of buying the lives of 2 middle-level godly emperors of sacrifice. Father, I don't care about the lives of the others in the Myriad Demon Sect. But Brother Ken, don't worry. I'll do my best to protect Zhong Ken. Thank you, Father. Where did that Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan come from? Isn't he a little terrifying? Yes. It's simply too abnormal. 20 years ago, he was just a god king. 20 years ago, he killed hundreds of our Greater One Sect's god king disciples on the battlefield of the god kings. Because of this, the sect master found the sect master of the Tianlong clan and exchanged for Duan Lingtian not to enter the battlefield of the god kings at the price of Shimin Longxiang, not to enter the battlefield of the god kings. 20 years later, he actually has strength that is not weaker than our Greater One Sect's newly promoted Earth Abyss Elder. In Tongling Province, is there anyone who can grow faster than him? I don't dare to say anything else. Just based on the speed of his growth in the past 20 years, there has never been a second person like him in the history of Tongling Province. It's impossible for such a person to stay in the Tianlong clan for long. The Tianlong clan is not worthy of him. Even if he doesn't stay for long, as long as he stays for a while, he will undoubtedly become a killing god on the God Emperor battlefield. He is only a lower God Emperor now. When he breaks through to the middle God Emperor realm, who will be his opponent on the God Emperor battlefield? At that time, even if many of our Greater One Sect's Earth Abyss Elders join forces, they may not be his opponent. Could it be that, in the near future, he will dominate the God Emperor battlefield like he did in the past? While the Greater One Sect's disciples were discussing in private, there was an inexplicable shock in their hearts, as if they had already seen a killing god on the God Emperor battlefield slowly rising. Perhaps, before long, their Greater One Sect's sect master would go to the Tianlong clan to discuss the Duan Lingtian God Emperor battlefield ban agreement. However, last time, their Greater One Sect could still use Shimin Longxiang not to enter the God King battlefield in exchange for Duan Lingtian not to enter the God King battlefield, but this time? Now, even if they used Shimin Longxiang, the Tianlong clan would most likely not care. Shimin Longxiang's current record on the God Emperor battlefield was killing several lower God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. It was said that 2 years ago, when Shimin Longxiang entered the God Emperor battlefield, he was almost killed by an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect. Of course, this was what the inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect said himself. As for whether it was true or not, only the person involved knew. Shimin Longxiang was a serious person. Unless it was someone close to him who asked, it was difficult to know whether this rumor was true or false. However, at that time, when this news came out, The mood of the Greater One sect was not depressed, but rather high. Moreover, Lu Yin had not used his bloodline power yet. Perhaps Duan Lingtian had secretly used his space law clone. Humph! With a cold snort, Lu Yin's eyes were instantly suffused with a layer of blood qi. Subsequently, his eyes began to turn red as a baleful aura began to rise from his body. Duan Lingtian, as a primitive divine emperor, your strength is comparable to a medium divine emperor. It's indeed shocking. However, if that's all you've got, I'm afraid you won't last more than 10 breaths. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Yin launched another attack. His attacks were even more violent than before, causing Duan Lingtian to feel the pressure. 10 breaths. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me in 10 breaths. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of Lu Yin's provocation and his attacks that had become even more powerful. At the same time, a figure shot out from his body. It was his space law clone. His space law clone wielded a high-grade divine sword and joined him in fighting Lu Yin. At this moment, it was as though there were two of him fighting Lu Yin. Moreover, not only could his space law clone perfectly unleash his divine energy and the power of law, but it could also unleash the way of control. Lu Yin, who had originally held the upper hand, was now at a disadvantage against Qin Lai, who was using his avatar of the laws of space. Impossible! At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It was as if he had seen something inconceivable. Lu Yin was currently dealing with the joint attacks of Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's space law clone as he stared at them intently. It was as though he was trying to figure something out. Duan Lingtian, your space law clone isn't that powerful. How is it that you can unleash such a powerful attack after fusing with your divine energy? Lu Yin could not help but ask in a low voice. He still could not figure out what was going on. However, Duan Lingtian's reply infuriated him so much that he almost vomited blood. Take a guess. These were Duan Lingtian's exact words. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, fortunately, I've recondensed my law of space doppelganger. I didn't expect that with the help of my law of space doppelganger, I'm actually stronger than Elder Lu Yin. However, this is only the beginning. Lu Yin is still not used to dealing with two of us working together. Give him some time to adapt and he'll be able to fight me to a draw. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, after Lu Yin calmed down from his rage, he gradually got used to the rhythm of Duan Lingtian and his space law clone working together. He began to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. Duan Lingtian also patiently fought with Lu Yin. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Lu Yin, who had calmed down from his rage, was now fighting Duan Lingtian. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. How can this Duan Lingtian be so strong? He's just a lower divine emperor. The silhouette of a gigantic tree appeared behind Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. As the branches flapped, extremely dense life energy sprinkled on Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was luxuriously bathed in the vitality. This is the divine tree of life? Lu Yin's pupils shrank rapidly. And this sword, it's a high-grade divine sword that has given birth to a complete sword soul. Duan Lingtian actually has such a secret? While Lu Yin was still in shock, Duan Lingtian made his move. He waved the sword in his hand and slammed it down with a force that seemed to be able to suppress everything. Came crashing down on Lu Yin's head. At this moment, the terrifying true meaning of the sword principle and the way of control that was no longer concealed were completely revealed. Duan Lingtian had previously concealed the way of control and could only exert about half of its power. It was only slightly stronger than the embryonic form of the way of control, but there was a limit to its strength. However, now that it was completely revealed, its power had increased greatly. Sword principle? And it's the complete sword principle. Didn't he only grasp the embryonic form of the sword principle? And this is the way of control. Heavens, what kind of monster is he? He actually grasped the complete way of control. No wonder the spatial laws that he displayed earlier were so powerful even though they weren't strong. It turns out that he had integrated the way of control. Damn it, he's just a brat who's not even 3,000 years old. How could he have such means? Heaven and earth are so unfair. How could they treat this brat so well? However, he's going to die. If such an existence dies in my hands, even if my soul is destroyed, it'll be worth it. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. As Lu Yin laughed heartily, the projection of the miniature world around him began to shatter. At the same time, it displayed an extremely terrifying power. It was probably not weaker than the all-out attack of a powerful high-level divine emperor. Boom! Rumble! When the little world in Lu Yin's body exploded, his body was unsurprisingly shattered. However, his soul wandered out and did not perish immediately. Instead, it watched everything from a distance. I'll definitely have to take a good look at how such a proud son of heaven is going to die in my hands. Lu Yin's soul appeared in the void and transformed into a phantom. Through Lu Yin's divine consciousness, he sent voice transmissions to Duan Lingtian's ears. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Duan Lingtian suddenly pressed down with the sword in his hand. Instantly, an equally terrifying power gushed out and covered the sky like a huge river. Then, it collided with the power of the little world in Lu Yin's body. After a moment of stalemate, it was completely shattered. The power of the little world's self-explosion was not small. It continued to spread toward Duan Lingtian. Bang! Chapter 39:24. The Way of the Sword and the Way of Control. If I can use these two together perfectly, will my attacks be able to reach a whole new level? Or should I try to fuse them into a single attack? In the vast stone forest, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the tallest boulder in the center. His eyes were closed as he rested, a pensive look on his face. After a while, small spatial storms wreaked havoc around him. Occasionally, they would vibrate rhythmically, and occasionally, they would turn into rays of sword light. Just like that, the small spatial storms constantly changed. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian's frown grew deeper and deeper. No! Not like that. This won't do either. In the process of studying the fusion of the way of the sword and the way of control, Duan Lingtian had spent a lot of time and effort. He had even thought of many different experiments, but in the end, they all failed. In the end, Duan Lingtian himself became rather irritated. At that moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice that in the sky above him, there was a medium-sized figure looking down on the stone forest he was in. As expected, it's Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect that little bastard to reach the divine emperor realm so quickly. However, it's fortunate that he just broke through not too long ago. If he had broken through a few hundred or 1,000 years later, I might not have been his match. At that moment, the person standing in the sky above the stone forest was none other than the inner sect elder of Greater One Sect, Huang Yun. He was also the inner sect elder of Greater One Sect who had a quarrel with Duan Lingtian the first time he went to Peace City when Duan Lingtian was still a god king. Afterward, Duan Lingtian declared in front of him that he would not come out until he killed 100 god king disciples of Greater One Sect. At that time, Huang Yun had scoffed at Duan Lingtian's words. So much so that when Duan Lingtian left the battlefield of God Kings for Peace City, Huang Yun had specially paid him a visit and mocked him. It was just that Huang Yun never imagined that Duan Lingtian would really kill over 100 God King's disciples the first time he entered the God King battlefield. This was because Duan Lingtian had said that if it weren't for Huang Yun, he wouldn't have killed so many God King disciples of the Greater One Sect. Therefore, when his word spread, the elders of the Greater One Sect's God King disciples couldn't take revenge on Duan Lingtian and shifted their anger to Huang Yun. If you, Huang Yun, were not the most despicable, how could Duan Lingtian kill so many people of our Greater One Sect? Under such circumstances, Huang Yun didn't dare to leave the Emperor battle plane because he knew he wouldn't be the only one in trouble. Even his family and disciples would be in trouble. At first, Huang Yun had planned to enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and kill a few more of the Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan. Then he would finally die there. That would be his final destination. However, as he killed more and more of the Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan while he was still alive and well, he began to dispel the idea of seeking death. If he made a few more contributions, the sect might protect him. However, I still have to be careful. After all, I can't be sure if Duan Lingtian has an expert protecting him. It's unlikely that it's Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan. I'm just afraid that he has an inner elder of the Tianlong clan by his side. Although Huang Yun had found Duan Lingtian through the mouth of a lower divine emperor of the Tianlong clan, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. This was because he needed to make sure that Duan Lingtian had no one by his side. Even though he hated Duan Lingtian to the bone, he hadn't lost his rationality. This was why he could survive for so long in the battlefield of divine emperors. Some time ago, he had encountered two inner elders of the Tianlong clan who had joined forces, but he had managed to escape. Of course, Huang Yun also knew that a large part of the reason why he could survive until now was because of his good luck. Until now, he hadn't encountered the elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan. Just wait. As long as Duan Lingtian makes a move, I'll follow behind him. I'll follow him for a while and make sure there's no one by his side before I make a move. Although he couldn't wait to show up and kill Duan Lingtian, Huang Yun resisted the impulse in his heart and tried to calm himself down. At the same time, he deliberately hid himself. He wasn't worried about Duan Lingtian. He was just a lower divine emperor. As long as he wanted to, it would be difficult for him to find him. What he was worried about was the Tianlong clan's inner elders who might be hiding by Duan Lingtian's side. If Duan Lingtian had an elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan by his side, he would have been discovered by now. However, so far, no one had shown up in front of him. This meant there was no elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan by Duan Lingtian's side. Moreover, he didn't think Duan Lingtian would have an elder Bai Long protecting him in the dark. Wait, wait. Huang Yun kept reminding himself. He was worried he wouldn't be able to control himself and reveal himself. At this moment, he was like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey but was worried it was a hunter's trap. Therefore, he hid in the dark and waited. Only after confirming it was not a hunter's trap would he make a move to hunt the prey. Indeed, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Huang Yun's existence. After all, he was only a lesser divine emperor. Although he was slightly stronger, he relied on the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Control. Even his law clones were, at most, on par with the natives of the realms of gods. Of course, those with weaker bloodlines didn't have any advantage in front of his law avatars. Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness was no different from a lesser divine emperor's. Even if he scanned his surroundings, he wouldn't be able to detect a middle divine emperor hiding. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. However, he wasn't worried. After all, even if he couldn't detect a middle divine emperor hiding in the dark, he would still be able to detect the middle divine emperor if they attacked him. Forget it. I'll give up for now and continue walking. I'll kill a few more divine emperors from the Tai sect before I leave. This time I've gained a lot of experience. With the help of a supreme divine pill, there shouldn't be any bottlenecks in my cultivation base if I want to make a breakthrough. Previously, he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation base. However, after killing Lu Yin, the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, he had shown signs of loosening up. Later on, he encountered an inner sect elder of the Tai sect. Without using the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Control, he managed to break through the bottleneck after exchanging more than 1,000 moves with the Tao of Control. After breaking through the bottleneck, he used the Tao of Control to kill the inner sect elder. The inner sect elder of the Tai sect still had a blank expression on his face until the moment of his death. Clearly, he didn't expect a divine emperor from the Tianlong clan would be able to defeat him after exchanging more than 1,000 moves with him. Not only that, but he was also severely injured, causing him to lose the ability to continue fighting. Let's go. Although he did not intend to continue to integrate the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Control, Duan Lingtian still cultivated for a few days with the help of the Supreme Divine Pill. It was only after the divine force in his body had recovered to its peak that he opened his eyes and left the stone forest. After leaving the stone forest, Duan Lingtian began to head back to the exit of the Divine Emperor battlefield in Sky Dragon City. He was going to try his luck on the way back to see if he could encounter a few more Divine Emperor disciples of the Tai sect. Duan Lingtian is going back? In the dark, at the same time that Duan Lingtian set off, Huang Yun also set off, following closely behind him, secretly guessing. He knew the direction of the exit of the Tianlong clan's Divine Emperor battlefield. Of course, the closer it was to the exit, the more dangerous it was. He also knew this, so whether it was him or the other Divine Emperor disciples of the Tai sect, they would not easily get close to the exit. On the other hand, the Divine Emperor disciples of the Tianlong clan also did not dare to get close to the exit of the Divine Emperor battlefield. Wait a few days. As long as I don't find anyone following him in a few days, I'll kill him. Huang Yun, who had been waiting for a few days, did not start at the beginning. He patiently followed Duan Lingtian. Although his eyes were sharp, he did not always stare at Duan Lingtian, and would occasionally glance elsewhere. This was because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would notice his gaze. Duan Lingtian, however, was unaware of all this. Until 6 days later. 6 days later, Duan Lingtian entered a desert. What entered his eyes was a vast expanse of gold. There were no buildings in sight, nor was there any natural scenery other than yellow sand. About a few hours after entering the desert, Duan Lingtian suddenly seemed to notice something. He abruptly stopped, and then turned into a shadow. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air, as Duan Lingtian's silhouette was shattered by a powerful force. Subsequently, a figure appeared next to Duan Lingtian who had just teleported to the ground. Buzz! A saber, like a ghost, whizzed toward Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, it shrouded Duan Lingtian's body. The sharp saber light bloomed with a bright luster, which was extremely gorgeous in this desert full of yellow sand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had no time to teleport. His figure swayed, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he let out a cry of surprise. It's you! Although he had retreated in time, Duan Lingtian's robe was still cut open. Even on his strong and perfect chest, there was a blood-red saber mark. He had been injured. However, the injury was not serious. As his divine power rose, it healed. First, there was a faint saber mark, and then it completely disappeared, as if it had never been there. It was just a flesh wound. After retreating, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man, who had stopped moving. His eyes flashed with surprise. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Huang Yun, who had waited for more than 10 days, finally appeared. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, and his face was full of surprise. Even so, no one would think that he was an average-looking man. This was because the aura he exuded was enough to make one feel that he was a crane among chickens. Especially his eyes. They were so deep that no one dared to look at them directly. Hong Yunxiao. Deng Kui sneered. Aren't you afraid that you'll bite your tongue when you talk big? The Seven Kills Valley might not even be in the top 3 among the 5 Emperor God-level forces in Tungling Province, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Deng Kui looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, the Puppet Villa is one of the 2 strongest Emperor God-level forces in the state capital of Qing. You won't regret joining the Puppet Villa. 2 strongest forces? Hong Yunxiao sneered. Deng Kui, is it so hard to admit that the Puppet Villa is not as good as others? The number 1 force in the state capital of Qing is something that even the Puppet Villa is not as good as. Now, you're putting the Puppet Villa on a pedestal. Do you think that others don't understand the state capital of Qing? Or is the Puppet Villa strong enough to challenge an Emperor God-level force that has an upper-level Emperor God expert? Hong Yunxiao seemed to be unhappy with Deng Kui and wanted to challenge Deng Kui. Upper-level Emperor God. Although Hong Yunxiao's words were mocking Deng Kui, when it entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others, it shook their hearts. The state capital of Qing had an Emperor God-level force that had an upper-level Emperor God expert. An upper-level Emperor God was the strongest among the Emperor Gods. Although there were differences in strength between upper-level Emperor Gods, even the weakest upper-level Emperor God was not someone that more than 99% of the middle-level Emperor Gods could go against. In Tungling Province, the 5 strongest Emperor God-level forces, including the 7 Kills Valley and the Chunyang School, were called the top Emperor God-level forces because they were the top forces in Tungling Province. Other than the 5 strongest forces, there were no other forces that could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, let alone surpass them. If one were to walk out of Tungling Province and look at the mystic gangland of the Plains of Gods, the 5 strongest forces in Tungling Province, including the 7 Kills Valley and the Chunyang School, could only be considered average Emperor God-level forces. As for an Emperor God-level force like the Tianlong clan, which did not have an Emperor God expert, it could only be considered an outdated Emperor God-level force that did not live up to its name. It was at the bottom of the Emperor God-level forces. Many people did not even consider the Tianlong clan as an Emperor God-level force. Humph! Hong Yunxiao's words angered Deng Kui. Hong Yunxiao, even if the Puppet Villa is not as good as the Heaven's Roar sect, we are still stronger than the 7 Kills Valley. I'll cripple him so that he won't dare to talk back to you in the future. How about you give me that half-condensed high-grade divine weapon in your hand? The young man, Zhen Pingfan, the Jingshu elder of Chunyang School, walked up to Hong Yunxiao unhurriedly and grinned. Hong Yunxiao was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Forget it, I can solve my own problems. 3,000 years ago, I was indeed no match for him. But that doesn't mean that I'm no match for him now. In fact, Hong Yunxiao was not very confident that he could defeat Deng Kui now. But when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he repeatedly declined. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. How did Zhen Pingfan know that he had a high-grade divine weapon that had given birth to a half-spirit? Not many people in the 7 Kills Valley knew about this matter. When Deng Kui frowned, Zhen Pingfan turned his head slightly to look at the old man behind him. Little Yang Yang, tell your martial uncle Deng Kui if this is true. Little Yang Yang. When he heard the first half of Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed that the little Yang Yang mentioned was the elder of Chunyang School, Qin Wuyang, with whom he had exchanged soul orbs. Now, when he saw Zhen Pingfan turn his head to look at Qin Wuyang, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. A young man calling an old man little Yang Yang. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little funny. Martial Uncle Deng Kui. At this time, Qin Wuyang also stepped forward and said to Deng Kui, "It's true." Deng Kui heard this and smiled faintly. It's just a verbal agreement. After all, I haven't entered your Chunyang school, so I can change my mind at any time. Deng Kuei paused and turned to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, join our Puppet Mountain Villa, and I will personally accept you as my disciple. And I can assure you that the resources you will get in Puppet Mountain Villa will not be worse than anyone else's. Deng Kuei thought that his offer was so tempting that Duan Lingtian would find it hard to refuse. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian didn't show any signs of being moved by his offer. At this time, Jin Pingfan also spoke. He looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I am a lazy person by nature. I have never accepted a disciple, and I don't plan to accept one either. However, if you really want to become my disciple, I can recommend a Void-Pierce Stage Elder of Chunyang School to you. Having a mid-God Emperor as your master is better than having an ordinary low-God Emperor as your master. When Jin Pingfan said this, Deng Kuei's expression turned ugly. Jin Pingfan, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you? However, Jin Pingfan ignored him and continued. If you don't want to become my disciple, you can join the Chunyang School and be an idle person without any restrictions. However, I, Jin Pingfan, owe you a favor. No matter what you encounter in the future, as long as it doesn't go against my principles and as long as I, Jin Pingfan, am capable of helping you, I will not refuse. Besides, if you join the Chunyang School, not only will you enjoy the treatment of the true martial disciple, with the highest status among all the disciples in our Chunyang School, but the Chunyang School will also owe you a favor. Jin Pingfan said, however, if you want the Chunyang School to return the favor, you cannot violate the Chunyang School's interests. At the same time, the Chunyang School will not do anything that goes against the principles of the school. As soon as Jin Pingfan's voice fell, Deng Kuei laughed mockingly. Jin Pingfan, you sure make it sound nice. Can you represent the Chunyang School? You are just a quiet void elder in the Chunyang School. In the Pure Yang sect, Martial Granduncle is famous for being protective of his disciples. Although Martial Granduncle doesn't accept any disciples, he often stands up for us martial nephews and martial nephews. After hearing Qin Wuyang's telepathic message and recalling Jin Pingfan's sincere promise, Duan Lingtian looked at Jin Pingfan and said seriously, Elder Jin, Duan Lingtian is willing to enter the Chunyang School. Hearing this, Jin Pingfan's usually serious face suddenly broke into a smile. Good, straightforward. Then he raised his hand and took out a storage ring. This is my gift to you. I've heard about the matter between you and the Linghu family. Inside this ring is the 100 million divine stones you promised to return to the Linghu family. If there's nothing else, you can return to the Chunyang School with little Yang Yang and me after you've paid off this debt. Well, if you go to the Linghu family, we can go with you and join in the fun. I'd like to see the expressions of the Linghu family members when they see you return this sum of divine stones so quickly. When he saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, he knew that his trip was in vain. As soon as Deng Kuei left, the Greater One Sect's master also left. For a time, many disciples of Tai sect also left, but before they left, they all looked at Duan Lingtian with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Congratulations, Elder Jin. Congratulations to Chunyang School. At this time, the 7 Kills Valley Elder Hong Yunxiao, whose face flashed with a touch of helplessness, straightened his face and repeatedly congratulated Jin Pingfan. At the same time, he said with emotion, Chunyang School has Duan Lingtian. In this 7 prefectures feast, the Jinwu disciples of Chunyang School will definitely shine. When the time comes, Chunyang School. Hong Yunxiao's voice abruptly stopped, but his eyes were full of envy when he looked at Jin Pingfan. Then Hong Yunxiao also left. After Hong Yunxiao left, Jin Pingfan and Qin Wuyang successively said goodbye to Duan Lingtian, and then left first, returning to Tianlong Temple. As for the clan master of Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, as he turned to follow them, He also sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to congratulate him. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. I look forward to seeing you shine in Chunyang School. If you have time in the future, you can come back to the Tianlong clan at any time. The Tianlong clan's door will always be open for you. Long Qing Chong said. Thank you, clan master. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. After Long Qing Chong left, the elders of the various top god-level forces in the main hall, who were in charge of registering the battle achievements, also congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. An elder of Chunyang School on duty, in particular, stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and a smug expression on his face. Duan Lingtian has finally fallen into the hands of the Chunyang School. Fortunately, these were his heartfelt words. If he had said them in front of Duan Lingtian would really think that he had walked into a den of thieves. At the same time, a group of Tianlong clan members present also congratulated Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Congratulations, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian left the Battle Merit Exchange Hall amidst the congratulatory words of the Tianlong clan members. After that, he walked around Peace City but did not buy anything. He left Peace City and returned to Heavenly Dragon City before leaving the Emperor Battle Realm. It's a pity I didn't manage to see the second Divine Void-Piercing Shuttle. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already obtained all the items he wanted in Peace City. This time, he was wandering around Peace City to see if there was a second space-piercing divine shuttle he could buy. The divine void-piercing shuttle could send his clones back to the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Duan Lingtian was still worried about his master, Feng Qingyang. I hope master is safe. He's a person with great fortune and has obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse. He won't die in the hands of someone as insignificant as Mi Xian. Duan Lingtian glanced at his spatial ring, and a soul pearl lay unscathed in the space within the spatial ring. It was none other than his master, Feng Qingyang's soul pearl. However, the soul imprint on the soul pearl was very faint. It would not be long before the soul imprint completely disappeared, rendering the soul pearl useless. Once the soul pearl became empty, it would no longer be able to provide information about his master, Feng Qingyang. Even if something happened to his master, Feng Qingyang, the soul pearl would not change. When I arrive at Chunyang School, I must get a few more divine void-piercing shuttles. With the Chunyang School's foundation, I'm sure they'll be able to obtain a few more divine void-piercing shuttles. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the Tianlong clan previously, Duan Lingtian had asked Xue Haichuan if there were any divine void-piercing shuttles in the Tianlong clan. The answer he received was that they often appeared, but they were in short supply recently. This was because the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms were closed recently. Those who came from the Devata realms to the Mystic Gangland and stayed in the Tianlong clan could only return to their hometowns through this method. For this reason, the divine void-piercing shuttles were very popular during this period. However, if it was during normal times, no one would care about it. Brother Haichuan. After leaving the Emperor Battle Realm and returning to the Tianlong Temple, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Xue Haichuan. Xue Haichuan smiled when he received Duan Lingtian's message. Little Tian, are you in a hurry to tell me the good news? A god emperor from the Chunyang School personally invited you to the Chunyang School? Moreover, he promised you many benefits? Xue Haichuan had just received news about what had happened in the Emperor Battle Realm. He was happy for Duan Lingtian. It's not about that. Duan Lingtian replied, Brother Haichuan, you didn't leave your residence, right? I'll go over now and tell you in person. All right. Xue Haichuan's reply was straightforward. I'll wait for you. As Duan Lingtian made his way to the Tianlong Temple, the disciples of the Tianlong clan who saw him congratulated him. There were quite a few people from the Tianlong clan who had joined the top god emperor forces in Tungling province. However, no one from the Tianlong clan had ever received a personal invitation from a god emperor like Duan Lingtian. After all, that was a god emperor, one of the top existences in Tungling province. For such an existence to personally invite Duan Lingtian, it was clear how much importance he attached to Duan Lingtian. This was a great honor for the Tianlong clan. Although they could not enjoy any practical benefits for the time being, once Duan Lingtian grew up and became a top existence in Tungling province, he could take care of the Tianlong clan a little. That would be enough for the Tianlong clan to benefit immensely. Therefore, whether they recognized Duan Lingtian as a disciple of the Tianlong clan, or were reminded by others that the purple-clothed young man in front of them was a disciple of the Duan Lingtian's Tianlong clan, all of them enthusiastically congratulated Duan Lingtian. In the end, there were too many people congratulating him, and Duan Lingtian was too tired to deal with them all. He had no choice but to teleport back to Xue Haichuan's residence. When he arrived, Xue Haichuan was already waiting for Duan Lingtian in the front yard. Brother Haichuan. After Duan Lingtian appeared, he smiled at Xue Haichuan. This time you owe me a big favor. Xue Haichuan's face was filled with confusion. He had no idea what Duan Lingtian was talking about. Chapter 39-31. A favor. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Long Qingchong's sudden words. After a while, he regained his senses and said with a smile, "Please tell me, sect master. As long as it's within my power, I, Duan Lingtian, won't refuse." Although he had only met Long Qingchong a few times, he still remembered how Long Qingchong had taken care of him before they met for the first time. Now that Long Qingchong wanted a favor, he might as well listen. If it was within his power, he would give it to Long Qingchong. "Come with me to a place first." Long Qingchong smiled and said, "When we arrive, I'll tell you what favor I want from you. Of course, don't be put in a difficult position. If you don't want to, I won't force you." Perhaps Long Qingchong knew that Duan Lingtian was no longer the same as before, but his tone when he spoke to Duan Lingtian was much friendlier compared to the first time they met. Naturally, it was not that he was rude when he first met Duan Lingtian. He was also kind at that time, but not as kind as he was now. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and followed Long Qingchong. As for the two people from Chunyang School, he also sent a message to inform them that he would be there later to leave the Tianlong clan with them. Then, Duan Lingtian followed Long Qingchong to the place where he had seen Long Qingchong in the past. It was also Long Qingchong's residence and cultivation place. Duan Lingtian saw a middle-aged man here. The middle-aged man was standing in the courtyard and waiting. Although his expression was calm, there was obvious anxiety in his eyes. "Sect master, who is this?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously after he landed with Long Qingchong. Could the favor Long Qingchong had told him be related to this person? "He's Xue Mingji," Long Qingchong said bluntly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression changed when Long Qingchong said the man's name. His pupils constricted. Back then, when the Thousand Devil Sect's inner sect Elder Kuang Tianzheng tried to kill him, he suspected that it was Xue Mingji who forced the other party to attack him. As for the two mid-level god emperors, he suspected that they were Xue Mingji's handiwork. So it's vice sect leader Xue. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could roughly guess what kind of favor Long Qingchong was talking about. Long Qingchong was most likely trying to resolve the conflict between him and Xue Mingji. "Young Master Duan." Hearing the sarcasm in Duan Lingtian's tone, Xue Mingji's heart trembled. He immediately squeezed out an awkward smile and respectfully greeted Duan Lingtian. "Speak." At this moment, Long Qingchong spoke. He looked at Xue Mingji and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xue Mingji took a deep breath. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Young Master Duan, the conflict between us started because of my son-in-law." As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Mingji raised his hand. A head appeared in his hand. Looking at the blood stains on the neck, it was obvious that the person had just died. It was the head of a handsome young man. He's my son-in-law, Zhong Ken. At first, Duan Lingtian was still frowning. However, when he heard Xue Mingji's words, his expression subtly changed. Although it was his first time meeting Xue Mingji, he knew that Xue Mingji only had one daughter. Moreover, he loved his only son-in-law, Zhong Ken of the Thousand Demon Sect, had taken great care of him. I hid it from my daughter and killed him with my own hands. It's because I knew that the appearance of the two mid-divine emperors had something to do with him. Xue Mingji looked at Duan Lingtian and said righteously, "Of course, he doesn't have enough wealth to buy the lives of two mid-divine emperors. Behind this is the Thousand Demon Sect. The Thousand Demon Sect hates you because of Kuang Tianjing's death. However, some time ago I went to the Thousand Demon Sect under the orders of the sect master. I killed all the higher-ups of the Thousand Demon Sect who were related to this matter. Moreover, I killed my son-in-law, Zhong Ken, with my own hands. This is also my atonement to you, young Master Duan." After saying that, Xue Mingji, the deputy sect master of the Tianlong clan, knelt down in front of Duan Lingtian and kowtowed 3 times, ignoring the blood flowing from his forehead. Atonement? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Xue Mingji and said, "Deputy sect master Xue, what crime have you committed?" Xue Mingji took a deep breath and said, "Kuang Tianzheng risked his life to attack young Master Duan in the Tianlong clan. To a certain extent, it was because of my instructions." Hearing Xue Mingji's words, Duan Lingtian's face was calm because he had already guessed it. Otherwise, Kuang Tianzheng would not have attacked him in the Tianlong clan. Moreover, the 2 white dragon elders of the Thousand Demon Sect did not have the ability to threaten Kuang Tianzheng. Not to mention that they did not have a deep hatred for Duan Lingtian. The relationship between Kuang Tianzheng and Kuang Tianzheng made it impossible for the 2 white dragon elders to threaten Kuang Tianzheng. Therefore, it could only be Xue Mingji. It seems that Deputy Sect Master Xue really wants me dead. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Young Master Duan, I did that because my son-in-law is Kuang Tianjing's disciple. I was afraid that when you grew up in the future, you would hold a grudge and deal with me while dealing with my son-in-law." Xue Mingji said, "I was muddle-headed in this matter. Therefore, I'll kill Zhong Ken now and use his death to show my sincerity. I'll sever all ties with the Thousand Demon Sect and Kuang Tianjing. This way, there won't be any conflict between me and you, young Master Duan." Xue Mingji said, "Of course, if young Master Duan insists on killing me, I won't say anything. I only hope that young Master Duan will let my daughter go. She was muddle-headed and wanted to deal with you because of Zhong Ken." Xue Mingji's gaze softened when he mentioned his daughter. "Young Master Duan, if you want me dead, the sect master will give the order after my death and say that Zhong Ken and I were involved in hiring assassins to kill you, Duan Lingtian. We'll be exiled," Xue Mingji said. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard this. He then looked at Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, and asked, "Sect master, the favor you mentioned earlier, is it his life?" "Yes." Long Qingchong nodded. "Xue Mingji's master, my martial uncle, saved my life in the past. If possible, I hope to save his life as well. It can be considered as repaying my martial uncle for saving my life in the past. Of course, if you insist on killing him, I won't blame you. I only hope that you'll do as he said and let his daughter go." However, Qin Wuyang always followed behind. He didn't dare to walk side by side with this martial granduncle of his, even though he knew that martial granduncle wouldn't mind. The education he had received since childhood told him that it was a great disrespect. As for Duan Lingtian's behavior, he didn't think much of it. As long as Duan Lingtian didn't become a disciple of the Tianlong clan, he wouldn't be considered to be any different from them in terms of seniority. What do you think? If the Linghu family saw that you gathered 100 million god stones so quickly, what kind of expression would they have? At this moment, Jinping Fan was like a playful child, as if he cared more about this matter than Duan Lingtian. They would probably be very surprised. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. If he didn't know that this elder Jin wasn't young, he would have thought that he was just a child younger than him, who not only liked to cause trouble, but also liked to join in the fun. Should? Only should? Jinping Fan frowned slightly. Duan Lingtian said helplessly, "Of course, they would be very surprised." When Jinping Fan heard this, he beamed with joy. "That's right. This way, I didn't give you 100 million god stones as a gift for our first meeting in vain. It's equivalent to 100 million god stones. Perhaps they would be even more surprised?" As he muttered to himself, Jinping Fan's eyes brightened even more. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian really didn't know how to communicate with this elder Jin. Why did he feel that this elder Jin was like a child who hadn't grown up yet? Duan Lingtian turned slightly to look at Qin Wuyang and asked through voice transmission, "Elder Qin, is this elder Jin always like this?" "Also, not really." Qin Wuyang replied through voice transmission, "Martial Granduncle is usually quite serious. However, he's more or less the same in front of people he likes and his friends." Martial Granduncle is usually in closed-door cultivation in Chunyang School. Even when he's out in the open, he's usually a man of few words and rarely communicates with others. Therefore, when he's quiet, his temperament is actually no different from a young man's. After hearing Qin Wuyang's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. It turned out that this was a cultivation maniac who rarely interacted with the outside world. But that's fine too. At the very least, it's not tiring to interact with him, and I don't have to be too rigid about etiquette. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. He had to admit that it was quite relaxing to be with this god emperor from Chunyang School. The atmosphere was not solemn and silent. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Linghu Renjie as they approached Linghu City, where the Linghu family resided. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie was surprised to receive Duan Lingtian's message. "You've come out of the Emperor Battle Realm?" Before Duan Lingtian had entered the Emperor Battle Realm, they'd exchanged a few words. Therefore, he knew that Duan Lingtian had entered the Emperor Battle Realm. "Sect Master, I'll be arriving at Linghu City immediately," Duan Lingtian said to Linghu Renjie. You've come to Linghu City?" Linghu Renjie was startled at first. Then his expression changed slightly. "You left the Tianlong clan so abruptly. Aren't you giving those who want to make a move on you a chance? You're alone." Although Duan Lingtian hadn't said anything about Duan Lingtian's situation in the Tianlong clan, Linghu Renjie knew a little about it through the Linghu family's connections in the Tianlong clan. There were many members of the Linghu family in the Tianlong clan, and they weren't any fewer than the Myriad Demon sect. Although Duan Lingtian rarely interacted with the members of the Linghu clan, the members of the Linghu clan still knew quite a lot about him. Although I've never seen him before, his reputation was like thunder to people of the same generation as me. Let's not talk about the others. Linghu Heng, Linghu Huan, and I grew up listening to his stories. He was the idol of many people in our generation. As soon as Linghu Zhengxing finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he saw the excitement in Elders Heng and Huan's eyes. So that was how it was. As people of the same generation, and Elder Qin Wuyang was one of the top 10 prodigies among the younger generation in Chunyang School, it was normal for him to know about it. After a few generations, perhaps no one would pay attention to it anymore. The top 10 prodigies, Feels like a very long time ago. When he heard Ling Hu Zhengxing's words, Qin Wuyang could not help but sigh. Time makes people grow old. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years have passed. However, among the so-called 10 great prodigies from back then, there are only 3 other people besides me who are still alive. Qin Wuyang sighed. What? Ling Hu Zhengxing's expression changed when he heard Qin Wuyang's words. Elder Qin, Chunyang School is one of the top 5 God-Emperor forces in Tungleng Province. Who would dare to kill a prodigy from Chunyang School? Qin Wuyang smiled faintly. Chunyang School is only slightly stronger in Tungleng Province. It's just so outside. Then, as if he had thought of something, Qin Wuyang looked at the back of the young man in front of him again. The person beside Duan Ling Tian is my martial granduncle, Elder Jing Su and Elder Zhen of Chunyang School. Qin Wuyang said. As soon as Qin Wuyang finished speaking, Ling Hu Zhengxing's pupils suddenly shrank, and his breathing seemed to have stopped in the next moment. Elders Heng and Huan, as well as Ling Hu Renjie and the others, were all dumbfounded at this time. They were completely stunned. Elder Jing Su of Chunyang School? The pure Sun Sect's Jing Su elders seemed to all be God-Emperor powerhouses without exception. Right? Emperor gods. When Ling Hu Renjie and the others' gazes fell on Jin Pingfan again, they were so scared that their legs began to tremble. Emperor gods were the top existences in Tungleng Province. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were existences who could summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. For such existences, a casual breath from them could probably turn the entire Ling Hu family, or even the entire Ling Hu city, into ashes. Greetings, Elder Jin. In the end, Ling Hu Zhengxing was the first to recover from his shock. He respectfully bowed to Jin Pingfan, but at the same time, his forehead was already sweating. Even the 2 elders, Heng and Huan, who were following behind Xingli, were no exception. Ling Hu Renjie also quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed to Jin Pingfan. His current state was the best among the Ling Hu clan's people. Chapter 39-36. Duan Ling Tian could be considered to have seen through the thoughts of the group of Ling Hu clan elders. Moreover, the persistence of this group of people was completely out of his expectations. They seemed to think that if he did not accept the divine crystals, he would be disrespecting them and the Ling Hu family. Where was the attitude of blaming Ling Hu Renjie for allowing Duan Ling Tian access to the secret chamber of laws? When they saw that Duan Ling Tian seemed to be unwilling to accept them, the Ling Hu clan's council of elders shifted their attention to Ling Hu Renjie. One by one, they sent voice transmissions to Ling Hu Renjie. Clan leader, what happened that year was because we had eyes but failed to see and look down upon Duan Ling Tian. Ask him to accept these divine crystals. Patriarch, if Duan Ling Tian doesn't accept these divine crystals, we won't be able to rest easy. The Ling Hu family elders, who had been overbearing in the past, transmitted their voices to Ling Hu Renjie with a hint of pleading in their voices. Ling Hu Renjie sighed inwardly. He knew that the Ling Hu family elders were only acting this way because they had taken a liking to Duan Ling Tian, who was about to become a student of Chunyang School, and would be of great benefit to the Ling Hu family. To be honest, he really hoped that the Ling Hu family would accept these divine crystals. That way, they would be able to write things off and have fewer fetters. But now, when he thought about how these elders had given up, they were still doing it for the good of the Ling Hu family, so he softened his heart. Duan Ling Tian, accept them. Ling Hu Renjie smiled at Duan Ling Tian. The family will accept these divine crystals. But now, the family will give them to you as a gift for you entering Chunyang School. Just as Elder Qi said, You are the first person in the history of the Linghu family to enter Chunyang School, so you deserve this treatment." As he spoke, Linghu Renjie transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, with your intelligence, it won't be difficult for you to see what these old fellows are thinking. They just want to tie you to the Linghu family so that they can enjoy all the privileges you bring to them in the future. They might even ask for your help at a critical moment to contribute to the family. If you don't accept these divine crystals today, I'm afraid that they will have other intentions. So, accept them. Even if you accept them, I can guarantee that no one in the Linghu family will use your name to cause trouble in the future." When he heard Linghu Renjie's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian was able to discern the helplessness within his tone. Presumably, the group of elders in the Linghu clan's elder council were pressuring him as well. In the end, Duan Lingtian accepted the divine crystals. "In that case, many thanks to the elders. In the future, even if I, Duan Lingtian, go to Chunyang School, I will always remember that I, Duan Lingtian, came from the Linghu family." Duan Lingtian said. The group of elders from the Linghu clan's council of elders were waiting for this exact sentence from Duan Lingtian. When they heard what Duan Lingtian said, they beamed with joy, and then they repeatedly congratulated Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, congratulations on entering Chunyang School. Duan Lingtian, you will become the pride of the Linghu family by entering Chunyang School. If that kid in my family can be even 1/10,000th as good as you, Duan Lingtian, I will wake up laughing in my dreams." After Duan Lingtian put away the mountain of millions of divine crystals, the attitude of the Linghu family elders changed. They were all full of enthusiasm, as if they were Duan Lingtian's family. Although Duan Lingtian felt that this was realistic, he also knew that this was all due to the circumstances. Linghu Renjie was surprised. This was because his sister, Linghu Renfeng, had told him not to tell Duan Lingtian about some things, including the fact that she was a divine emperor. But he didn't expect that when he saw Duan Lingtian again, Duan Lingtian would say it himself. "Sect leader, why didn't you tell me that the Tianlong clan's elder black dragon came to the Linghu family to kill you?" Duan Lingtian asked seriously when he spoke again. Even now, he still cared about this matter. That was because he was the reason why Linghu Renjie was in such a dangerous situation. "You know all about it?" Linghu Renjie smiled bitterly. "I didn't tell you back then because I didn't want you to worry. Besides, I'm not in any danger, right? By the way, how did you know that my sister is an emperor god expert?" Linghu Renjie asked. The Tianlong clan's deputy sect leader, Xue Mingji, said it. Duan Lingtian said, "Back then, after your sister killed the Tianlong clan's elder black dragon who wanted to kill you, she went to the Tianlong clan and taught Xue Mingji a lesson. That time, her actions were not small, and even forced the Tianlong clan to shut down the Great Sect Protection Array. Even the Tianlong clan's elder Jingshu might not be able to do that with her strength alone." Duan Lingtian still remembered that when Linghu Renfeng went to the Tianlong clan and forced the Tianlong clan to shut down the Great Sect Protection Array, she did not rely on her status or background, but on her strength alone. He even suspected that Linghu Renfeng might be in existence above a middle god emperor. Xue Mingji. Linghu Renjie frowned. Obviously, he did not expect that the other party would expose his sister. "He's already dead," Duan Lingtian said. When Linghu Renjie heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was shocked at first, but then he thought of the treatment Duan Lingtian received from the Chunyang School today and felt relieved. With the Chunyang School as his backing, a mere Tianlong clan's deputy sect leader was nothing. Sect leader. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face turned serious, and he looked at Linghu Renjie with a solemn expression. "Where is your sister now? You want to find her and ask about Chuyin?" Linghu Renjie asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. This matter, if he did not get to the bottom of it, he would not be satisfied. After she went to the Tianlong clan, she took Chuyin and left the Shengang land. Linghu Renjie sighed and said, "They left from the dimensional battlefield." Duan Lingtian's face changed slightly when he heard this. However, when he heard Linghu Renjia's words, his face relaxed again. But, I've asked her about the resemblance between Chuyin and your wife. Linghu Renjia said. What did she say? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Chuyin is not your wife. Linghu Renjia said bluntly. Not? Hearing Linghu Renjia's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes that had lit up and his face that could not hide the excitement instantly froze. After a moment, he came back to his senses, and his face was full of disbelief. How could it be? How could it not be? Are there really so many coincidences? After muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian still asked somewhat unwillingly, Sect leader, are you sure she said that Linghu Chuyin is not my wife? I'm sure. Linghu Renjia nodded. At the same time, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. This was a completely subconscious action. Although it only appeared for a moment and then disappeared, it was still seen through by Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, are you still hiding something from me? Facing Duan Lingtian's burning gaze and that slightly anxious expression, Linghu Renjia sighed. Although Chuyin is not your wife, I've also heard about your wife's current situation. Situation? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Ker's current situation? What happened to Ker? Sect leader, my wife. What's her current situation? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and an ominous premonition faintly rose in his heart. The Zhong family of Tianfeng City's God King level family had sent men of sacrifice to kill him in the past. It was time to settle the old score. Even though the Zhong family had intended to be on good terms with him and had paid a lot of things for this, he had only let the entire Zhong family go. He didn't intend to let the Zhong family off the hook for sending men of sacrifice to kill him. Apart from the Zhong family, there are several other families in Tianfeng City. Those who sent men of sacrifice back then must pay the price for their actions. Duan Lingtian could still remember the time when he was still in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. During the training assessment, he was hunted down by many groups of men of sacrifice. At that time, if he hadn't hidden his strength, he might have been killed by the men of sacrifice. Zhan Pingfan's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's affirmative answer. Then I'll go with you and join in the fun. I'm a person who loves to join in the fun. In terms of seniority, Zhan Pingfan was Qin Wuyang's grand marshal uncle, and he was also older than Qin Wuyang. But when he was with Qin Wuyang, in terms of temperament, he was like a child that hadn't grown up yet. As for Qin Wuyang, he saw Duan Lingtian subconsciously look at him. He shrugged, a helpless expression on his face. This was because he had long since grown accustomed to this grand marshal uncle's behavior. Soon after, Duan Lingtian led the two of them to Tianfeng City. On the way, in order to increase the efficiency of this trip, Duan Lingtian sent a message to the Tianlong clan's sect master Long Qingchong, informing him of what he was going to do. Not long after, Long Qingchong replied, I've already ordered someone to contact the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qianin. Qianin will lead people to Tianfeng City and wait for you there. Tianfeng City could be considered the Hidden Fog sect's territory. Duan Lingtian looked for Long Qingchong, the Tianlong clan's sect master, because he wanted him to inform the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect was the same as the Linghu family. They were both divine emperor-level forces that were indirectly affiliated with the Tianlong clan. Naturally, they didn't dare to neglect the orders of the Tianlong clan's sect master, Elder Jin. On the way to Tianfeng City, Duan Lingtian thought of something and asked Jin Pingfan, Does your Chunyang school have a space-piercing divine shuttle? Space-piercing divine shuttle? When Jin Pingfan heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, That thing is everywhere. However, in the past 700 years, the inventory of this thing has been emptied. Those Chunyang school disciples who came to the profound Handle land from the Devata realms and the mundane realms all need this thing to return home. Are you asking this because you want to go back? Zhen Pingfan was also aware that Duan Lingtian came from a Devata realm. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I want to get a few space-piercing divine shuttles for my clone to visit my family. This is a small matter. I'll ask little Yang Yang to get a few for you. Zhen Pingfan said. Qin Wu Yang chimed in. Duan Lingtian, natives of the realms of gods like us can't use the space-piercing divine shuttle due to our bloodline. Moreover, people from the Devata realms can use the space-piercing divine shuttle. For this reason, very few people would refine it. However, if you need them, I can ask the Sex Divine Weapon Masters to refine some for you, Qin Wuyang said nonchalantly. Qin Wuyang said casually. In his opinion, this was just a small matter. Thank you, Elder Qin. Duan Lingtian thanked Qin Wuyang profusely. He was also aware of Qin Wuyang's words. The space-piercing divine shuttles could only be used by those who were not natives of the realms of gods and had at least become gods. Chapter 39-38. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief after the matter with the divine void-piercing shuttle was resolved. This meant he could send his clones back to the Devata realms and realms of gods through the divine void-piercing shuttle at any time. If Master hasn't returned by the time I return, I'll go to the Netherworld to look for him. Even if Master is fine, he won't be able to escape from Mi Xian's control. Mi Xian probably won't go all out against Master for the time being. But what if Master continues to grow? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel worried when he thought about this. His master, Feng Qingyang, was a prodigy in the first place. On top of that, he had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. In terms of fortune, even Zhang Xian could only surpass Feng Qingyang by relying on the 5 divine elements. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's achievements were largely due to his master's help. Although his cultivation base had surpassed his master's, he did not think his master was no longer qualified to be his master. After all, a master for a day was a father for life. Moreover, with his master's foundation, he would definitely soar to the heavens once he arrived in the realms of gods. Elder Qin, since the divine void-piercing shuttle can allow godly existences from the Devata realms to return to their homeworld, does that mean the godly existences in the Devata realms who aren't natives of the realms of gods can use the divine void-piercing shuttle to come to the realms of gods? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this problem. If this problem could be solved, would it not mean his master, Feng Qingyang, would have a chance to come to the realms of gods as soon as possible? Naturally, this was just a thought that came to him on a whim. Currently, there were only 300 years left until the space tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods opened. Even if his master was not around, the realms of gods would still be fine in the next 300 years. 300 years was not a long time for godly existences. However, if it was possible, Duan Lingtian hoped his master could come to the realms of gods as soon as possible so that he could raise his cultivation base. Those who were god kings and above were racing against time since they would have to face a 1,000-year heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. Perhaps it would be easy in the beginning. However, it would only become more difficult as time passed. Many people died in the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation because their strength could not keep up. Every 1,000 years, not only would a god emperor perish, but even a divine venerable would perish. Some divine venerables had lived for so long that their 1,000-year heavenly tribulations were even more powerful. Unless he could go one step further and become a supreme expert. Duan Lingtian wasn't sure if the omnipotent ones would have to face a heavenly tribulation of 1,000 years. Of course. Qin Wuyang gave a firm answer to Duan Lingtian's question. The space-piercing divine shuttle can be used to travel between the realms of gods and the lower realms of gods. However, there's no difference between the lower realms of gods and the lower realms of gods. Even if I let you leave the profound handle land and go to the lower planes, then use another void-piercing divine shuttle to come back, you may not necessarily return to the profound handle land. Qin Wuyang said. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Even so, I still have to prepare at least one void-piercing divine shuttle for Master. As for whether he uses it or not, it's up to him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, he also knew that for now, his master could easily deal with the heavenly tribulation of 1,000 years. This was because his master hadn't stepped into the God-King realm for long, not even 1,000 years. Once this matter was gradually forgotten, Lan Shilin could then find someone to kill him and even his disciples. Who would know that he, Lan Shilin, was the one who did it? He's here. As Lan Shilin's voice rang out, Lu Hui appeared once again. This time, a tall and burly young man came out with Lu Hui. Although he looked as if nothing had happened to him, his face was unusually pale. The robe on his body was also brand new and spotless. It was obvious that he had just changed. However, everyone present, even Duan Lingtian, who had a weaker cultivation base, could sense that this person's aura was weak and unstable without using divine consciousness to probe. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured earlier. Master! After the burly young man appeared, he went in front of Yi Beiyuan and knelt on the ground. It was only when Yi Beiyuan helped him up that he slowly stood up. You have offended young Master Lan Shilin. Now, apologize to young Master Lan Shilin properly. After Yi Beiyuan helped him up, he scolded him. As for the burly young man, although there was some unwillingness in his eyes, he still took a deep breath in the end. He turned around and said to Lan Shilin, Young Master Lan Shilin, it was Wu Zhongtong who did not recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Please forgive him. It's all right. We're all on the same side, Lan Shilin smiled and waved his hand nonchalantly. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Duan Lingtian. As he spoke, Lan Shilin looked at Duan Lingtian again. However, when Lan Shilin looked at Duan Lingtian again, although there was a smile on his face and his gaze was relatively calm, there was still some imperceptible coldness in the depths of his eyes. Jinping Fan noticed this coldness, but after glancing at Lan Shilin indifferently, he did not say anything. At least, as far as he could see, Lan Shilin had acted sensibly enough. He had given him, the venerable ancestor, a lot of face. He could not force Jinping Fan to not feel even the slightest bit of displeasure. Thank you, Brother Duan. Zhuo Zhongtong turned his body slightly and bowed to Duan Lingtian to thank him. Compared to his insincere thanks to Lan Shilin earlier, he was now full of sincerity. Seeing this difference, an imperceptible cold light flashed through Lan Shilin's eyes once more. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Senior Yi Beiyuan. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. If he hadn't helped me out on a whim in the dimensional battlefield back then, I wouldn't have known him today. It's not good for me to meddle in other people's business. Hearing this, Lan Shilin subconsciously looked at Yi Beiyuan with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Little brother Ling Tian, At this moment, Yi Beiyuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "It's your first time in Chunyang School, so I'm sure you have a lot of things to do. My good-for-nothing disciple, and I won't stay to disturb you any longer. We'll return to the Heaven Illumination sect now. You're welcome to visit the Heaven Illumination sect at any time. As for anything else, you can contact me through transmission. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse." Yi Beiyuan was prepared to leave with his disciple now. Therefore, after exchanging soul orbs with Duan Ling Tian, he left with his disciple, Zhuo Zhongtong. Duan Ling Tian also smiled and said goodbye to Yi Beiyuan. He did not say anything else. Since they had exchanged soul orbs, they could contact each other through transmission at any time. There was no need to rush anything. "Little brother Ling Tian, it's your first time here. Why don't I arrange a place for you to cultivate on this floating island?" After Yi Beiyuan and his disciple left, Lan Shilin looked at Duan Ling Tian enthusiastically and extended an invitation. This time, before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Qin Wuyang spoke first. "Junior nephew Lan Shilin, there's no need to trouble you with this. Chapter 3943. In fact, Duan Ling Tian did not have a good impression of Lan Shilin, even if Lan Shilin was acting very cordially. However, he knew very well that this was all because he came with Jin Pingfan. If he was alone, he would not have received such treatment. Lan Shilin might not even let Yi Beiyuan's disciples Zhuo Zhongtong go for his sake. Even if Qin Wuyang came with him alone, Lan Shilin might not let Zhuo Zhongtong go so easily, let alone if he was alone. Because Jin Pingfan came personally, he was very cooperative and cooperated unconditionally, because he knew that he had no choice but to cooperate. "Thank you for sure." Although he did not like Lan Shilin, Duan Ling Tian did not refuse Lan Shilin's cordiality and his request to exchange soul orbs. No matter what, he had to give Jin Pingfan and Qin Wuyang face. Moreover, he was new here, and it was not suitable to offend someone with a strong background like Lan Shilin at this time. "You're all young people. You can interact more in the future." Seeing that Duan Ling Tian and Lan Shilin had exchanged soul orbs, Jin Pingfan said to Lan Shilin with a smile. Lan Shilin naturally replied, "Yes, for sure. Let's go." Jin Pingfan said to Duan Ling Tian and Qin Wuyang. At the same time, he said goodbye to Lan Shilin. "Young Lan Shilin, we'll be leaving first. Farewell, elder ancestor. Farewell, junior uncle Qin. Brother Ling Tian, see you later." Lan Shilin smiled and said goodbye to Duan Ling Tian and the other two. However, when he looked at Duan Ling Tian in the end, his gaze turned a little cold when he finished speaking. In the next moment, he turned around and returned to his residence. As for Lu Hui, he naturally followed after him at the first moment. As for Hu Er, he had already left. Bang! After returning to the courtyard of his residence, Lan Shilin raised his hand and smashed a pavilion in the courtyard, turning it into dust. Lu Hui stood behind him and watched everything silently. "You've just arrived at Chunyang School, and you dare to interfere with my Lan Shilin's business. Damn it!" At this moment, Lan Shilin no longer had his previous gentleness. All that was left was endless rage. His originally handsome face had also become somewhat ferocious and twisted in an instant. "When have I, Lan Shilin, ever suffered such a huge loss since I was born? What's more, it's a silent loss." Lan Shilin's heart was twisted as well. After leaving the floating island where Lan Shilin and the others were, Duan Ling Tian followed Jin Pingfan and Qin Wuyang and passed by many floating islands. In the end, they appeared outside a floating island that was slightly larger than the one Lan Shilin was on. Along the way, they also met some students from Chunyang School. They all greeted Qin Wuyang respectfully. The few who could recognize Elder Jingshu's identity token also bowed respectfully to Jin Pingfan and called him Elder Jingshu. However, they did not seem to know which Elder Jingshu this was. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian also realized that not everyone in Chunyang School could recognize Jin Pingfan. Grand-granduncle is a mysterious figure in our Chunyang school. He usually only moves around our floating island and rarely goes out. As if he saw Duan Lingtian's doubts, Qin Wuyang explained to him in a timely manner. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian also came to a sudden realization. Greetings, grand-granduncle, senior brother Qin. When Duan Lingtian and the others entered the floating island in front of them, a middle-aged man flashed in the void. However, he was different from the people they had met before. He obviously recognized Jin Pingfan and bowed to Jin Pingfan and Qin Wuyang repeatedly. Duan Lingtian, this is a disciple of a senior brother of mine. His name is Zhao Lu. Jin Pingfan saw the middle-aged man in front of him and did not greet him. He directly introduced him to Duan Lingtian. Although he is little Yangyang's junior brother and is also an elder Jingshu, his strength is still stronger than little Yangyang's. In the future, if you have any problems, you can also look for him. You can exchange soul beads with each other. Zhen Pingfan said. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian quickly took out his soul bead. After being stunned for a moment, Zhao Lu also immediately took out his soul bead. So you are Duan Lingtian. After exchanging soul beads, Zhao Lu smiled brightly. Hello, I am Zhao Lu, an elder Jingshu like senior brother Qin. I should be able to become a Jade Void Elder in 100 years. The Jade Void Elders of the Chunyang school were all top-level, high-level divine emperors. Their strength was comparable to the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. As for Elder Jingshu, he was slightly weaker, only comparable to the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. Elder Zhao Lu. Duan Lingtian repeatedly greeted Zhao Lu with a smile on his face. He knew that since Zhen Pingfan had asked him to exchange soul beads with Zhao Lu, Zhen Pingfan valued Zhao Lu. At least in Zhen Pingfan's eyes, Zhao Lu was a more reliable person compared to him. Duan Lingtian, I haven't been out for a long time. Now that I'm back, I'm gonna say hello to my father. After greeting Duan Lingtian, Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Next, these two boys will arrange your accommodation. I'll talk to you later when I'm free. Although the journey from Tianfeng City to Chunyang School was spent on the Divine Artifact spaceship, the journey from the Tianlong clan to Linghu City and from Linghu City to Tianfeng City was different. During those two journeys, Duan Lingtian and Jin Pingfan chatted happily. Duan Lingtian even told Jin Pingfan a lot of interesting things about Earth in his previous life, as well as all kinds of new things that Jin Pingfan did not know about. This made Jin Pingfan very curious about Earth. At one point, he made an agreement with Duan Lingtian that after 300 years, when the space channel between the lower dimensions and the planes of gods opened, Duan Lingtian would take him to Earth for a tour. Duan Lingtian, as an adult who came from Earth, did not have much of a sense of hierarchy. Along the way, he seemed to have forgotten that Jin Pingfan was an emperor god expert, a lofty existence in Chunyang School. He chatted with him like a friend. Under such circumstances, the relationship between the two of them became closer. At the very least, Jin Pingfan no longer valued him as an outstanding junior disciple. Okay. Duan Lingtian responded casually. When Qin Wuyang saw Duan Lingtian and Jin Pingfan talking so casually, he was used to it. However, Zhao Lu was stunned. Don't be surprised. Qin Wuyang saw Zhao Lu's surprise and explained with a smile. Martial Granduncle and Duan Lingtian hit it off at first sight. They're no different from friends. In the future, unless Duan Lingtian becomes a disciple of someone, it'll be difficult to give him any seniority. If a progeny loses a god emperor, the people of that progeny will be assigned to the cultivation grounds of ordinary elders and disciples after they move away from the floating island they occupy. They will no longer enjoy special treatment. Of course, if there are outstanding existences among them or if they have connections, they can go to other progeny with a god emperor supporting them. Zhao Lu's words made Duan Lingtian realize the reality of the Chunyang school. However, he could understand this reality. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch. You can enjoy special treatment because your forefather is a god emperor. If your forefather dies and your progeny doesn't have a god emperor, your special treatment will be revoked and you'll be sent to accompany ordinary elders and disciples. However, that's something the other progeny have to worry about. Yun Peak doesn't have to worry about that. At the very least, our Yun Peak lineage can change its name to the ordinary lineage. Furthermore, even if that time really comes, it will be thousands or even tens of thousands of years later. Besides, who knows if our forefather will make a breakthrough in the next 10,000 years and become even stronger to face the heavenly tribulation. No one could have predicted such a thing. Duan Lingtian chatted with Zhao Lu on the way to the Chunyang school's encampment. He learned a lot about the Chunyang school from Zhao Lu. For example, there were a total of 19 progeny branches in the Chunyang school. Yun Peak's progeny was just one of them. Among these 19 progeny branches, 7 of them were the strongest because they were all led by void-pierce stage elders. Therefore, they were naturally the 7 strongest progeny branches in the Chunyang school. The remaining 12 progeny branches were led by Jing Su elders. For example, when Duan Lingtian first arrived at the Chunyang school, Lan Shilin's progeny branch was one of them. Elder Zhao Lu, will I be considered a member of Yun Peak's progeny after going through the procedures? Or do I still need to go through other procedures in Yun Peak? Duan Lingtian asked Zhao Lu. He suddenly thought of this question. Hearing this, Zhao Lu smiled and said, after going through the procedures, you can only be considered a disciple of the Chunyang school. If you want to join our progeny branches and become a member of our progeny branches, you need to go through other procedures in our progeny branches and leave the brand of our progeny branches on your identity token. Of course, those imprints can be removed. This is also to allow some people to have more choices. If you feel uncomfortable in any progeny branches and feel bad, as long as you have the ability, you can choose to join another progeny branches if there are other progeny branches that want to accept you. In the progeny branches, this is not considered betrayal. At most, the people of the previous progeny branches will target you. Of course, this kind of thing doesn't happen often in our Chunyang school. A complicated light flashed through Zhao Lu's eyes as he spoke. Although it was just a flash, Duan Lingtian still caught it. Elder Zhao Lu, you seem to be rather emotional when you say these words. Could it be that there's such a person in our Yun Peak? Duan Lingtian was good at reading people's expressions. He could see the change in Zhao Lu's expression at this moment. When Zhao Lu heard this, he smiled wryly and said, it's no big deal to tell you this. In fact, I'm such a person myself. I, Zhao Lu, was not a member of Yun Feng's bloodline. Instead, I belonged to another bloodline. However, in order to allow me to focus on my cultivation without any distractions, that bloodline actually sent people to exterminate my distant clan. When I found out that the instigator of all this was my master at that time, I almost went crazy. Later, my master was expelled from the progeny branches.